I don't want to waste your time. Let's build Spotify together. Let me tell you what you will learn in this course. You will learn how to use clean architecture in a real project. For state management, we will use Bloc, especially Qubit. I can say that you will get to know the Bloc almost completely. We will observe some principles, such as dependency inversion. It is very important to follow this principle in large projects. To solve the dependency problem, we will use Gedit, a service locator. This removes the complexity in project. You will learn how to use darts for error handling. We will use FireStore, storage, and Firebase authentication, and you will learn how to use them completely. This is wonderful. And we will use just audio to play music. So, as you can see, we will learn a lot. First of all, let me show you the design of the application. Maybe many of you are familiar with Figma, a tool which you can design the user interface of the application or website. This is the design of the Spotify application that we are going to implement together. As you can see, we have sign-in and sign-up pages. The application has light and dark themes, and the user can switch between the light and dark themes. And another side, we have the main page that shows some songs, and also we have the favorite page and so on. As you can see, it is complete application that we are going to implement together, and it is supposed to be challenging and fun, and we will learn a lot. So grab your favorite drink, hit that like button, and let's get coding. This is our project, and I use Flutter and Dart version. Actually, I don't know, I think version number 3, yeah. And I suggest you use this version as well. Great. The next step is to create our project structure and folders. As you know, we are going to use clean architecture for this project, and you know that clean architecture is suitable for large and complex projects, so it will be wonderful. Okay, I'm going to start with creating folders. Actually, it is better to say layers. As you know, in clean architecture, we have 3 layers called domain, data, and presentation. So I'm going to create these layers like this. Presentation. The next one is domain. And the last one is data. And inside each layer, we will have 3 folders. For example, in the presentation layer, we will have block, page, and widgets. So I'm going to create these folders like this. And inside domain layer, like presentation layer, we have 3 folders called entities, repository, and use cases. And in the last layer, I mean data layer, we have 3 folders called data sources, repository implementation, and models. These 3 folders are our main folders, and this is our main structure. In addition to this, we can have 2 more folders called core and common. You can have other folders, but usually these 5 folders are in the clean architecture. So I'm going to create core and common folders like this. Great. I can tell you that the creation of the project structure is finished, and we can go to the next stage. I always create a roadmap for my personal project so that I can move forward step by step and reduce the worries of the project. For example, I defined such a roadmap for this project. As you can see, the first step is over, and the next step is to define the theme of the application. This roadmap is not complete, but I will make it more complete step by step, and we will move forward with planning. Okay, let's get back to the project. I define the theme of the application in the core folder. Inside core folder, I create a new folder called configs. Inside configs, I do things related to application configs, such as theme, style, localization, and so on. So I'm going to create a new folder called configs inside core. And inside configs, I define a new folder called theme. And inside theme, first of all, I define a new file called app colors. So I'm going to define this file. And inside this file, I define a new class called app colors. And finally, inside this class, I'm going to define the colors of application. We can get help from design file to define app colors. So I'm going to open Figma file, and here, as you can see, we have a primary color. I mean this green color. This is our primary color. By clicking on this, we can access the color hex code. This is color hex code. So I'm going to copy this one, and then let's back to the editor. And here, first of all, I define a new static const called primary equal to color. And as you know, to define a color with hex code, we have to start with 0xff and then paste the color hex code like this. And let's import the material to fix these errors. Great. We also have other colors that we can define. For example, we can define color for background. As you can see, we have two colors for background. One of them is light and one of them is dark. First of all, I'm going to define color for light background like this. And now I'm going to define color for dark background. Let's see what other colors that we can define. So here, I think we can define color for this. As you can see here, we have a gray color for text. So we can define color for this one. So I'm going to copy hex code, and like previous colors which we defined, I'm going to define static const called gray with this value. And also, I think we can define color for this one here. And as you can see, bottom navigation color, background color, I think is unique. And as you can see, we will use this color in multiple page. So we can define color for this one. So I'm going to copy hex code, and here I'm going to define a new const called dark gray with this value. I think this is enough for now, and we can add other colors later and make this class more complete. Okay, let's continue and create the theme of the application. So here in the theme folder, I'm going to create a new file called app theme like this. And here, first of all, let's define a new class called app theme. Inside this class, we should define themes of the application, and as you know, we have two themes, dark theme and light theme. First of all, I'm going to define light theme like this, called light theme equal to theme data. Inside theme data, primary color should be equal to app colors dot primary, and the next property which we should set value is scaffold background color, and this property value should be equal to app colors dot light background. Great. Next property for which we have to set color is button theme. We will use elevated button. So here we can use elevated button theme property and pass elevated button theme data, and inside this we have to use style and set elevated button dot style from. Great. Inside this we can customize our button, and first of all let's define color for background. So here we can use background color property and set color. Let's see our design. Here, as you can see, color of our button is green, and as you know, this is our primary color. So here we have to set app colors dot primary. Great. And the next property that we can customize it is text style. This is the style of the text that is placed on the button. I mean, this text here. So we can customize the style of this text here using the text style property. So let's define style for this text. As you can see, the font size is 20 and the font weight is bold. So here we can set font size is 20 and font weight is bold, and let's add const. And last thing we have to set style for that is border radius. For this one we can use shape property here and pass the rounded rectangle border, and inside this one we have to use border radius, and here we can use border radius dot circular, and here we have to set a value. So let's see the value of the border radius. As you can see, the value is 30. So here we have to set 30. Finally, last thing and most important one in defining theme data is set brightness. For this one, we can use brightness property. But what is brightness? Brightness in Flutter refers to the overall lightness or darkness of a theme. So for light theme, we have to set brightness dot light, and for dark theme, we have to set brightness dot dark. Light brightness represents a light theme with a light background and dark text for readability. So it is very useful and it has a general control over the theme of our application, and I suggest you to always use it. Light theme implementation is finished, and now we can move on dark theme. For this one we can use this theme data here cause codes are exactly the same, and we just need to change some values. So I'm going to copy this one here and then paste here and just change light theme to dark theme, right? And here we just need to change scaffold background color from light background to the dark background, and change brightness dot light to the brightness dot dark, and that's it. The implementation of the application themes is almost finished. Of course, we can make it much more complete later, but it is enough for now, and we can take this step and go to the next step. As you can see, the next step is to create the assets folder. So I'm going to create this folder. And as you probably know, the assets folder should be in the root of the project. Inside this folder, we can create fonts folder, images, vectors, and so on. Now I will place the font that we are going to use in the fonts folder. This font is free and you can download it or clone the project from GitHub to access the fonts. Alright, now as you know, we have to define the fonts and assets folders in PubSpec so that we can use contents such as images, fonts, or vectors in the project. So let's open the PubSpec file. Now here, as you can see, Flutter has guided how to define assets in PubSpec. So I'm going to uncomment these codes to use this structure. First of all, we must define and specify the path of the assets folder. We have three assets: images, vectors, and fonts. So we need to define the path of all three of them. I start with fonts, which should be like this. Then I define the images like this. And finally, I'm going to define vectors. All right. Let's define the types of fonts. First thing first, we have to choose a name for the font. That is the font family. I want to choose Satoshi, which is the name of the font itself. Now, in the fonts section, we need to define the path of the fonts. This means that we have to define 5 paths because we have 5 types of fonts: light, regular, medium, bold, and black. For this, we just need to set path of the fonts. So I copy this line and paste it here and change the path of the fonts like this. We also have to change the name of the fonts like this. And finally, I want to define the weight for the fonts so that when using the font weight property, the correct font is called. We can do this by using the word weight under the path like this. We are done here. The last thing we have to do at this stage is to define this font family in the themes so that this font is applied in the alt text of the app. To do this, open the app themes file, and inside here we just need to set value of the font family property in light theme and dark theme to Satoshi like this. Font family will be Satoshi. Great, and let me just copy this one here and paste it here. Now we just need to set our desired theme in the main and material app. Because we have not implemented the possibility of choosing dark mode and light mode, I'm going to set light theme for now, like this. Great. This is step done, and we can jump to the next one. As you can see, next we have to implement the splash page. I promise you this is very simple and we can do it in few minutes. So let's back to the editor and in the presentation layer and pages folder. First of all, we have to create a new folder called splash. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file called splash.dart. Before we start coding, let me make a small change in presentation layer structure. I want to make this layer feature based. For example, first of all, we have to create a splash folder like this. Then inside this, we are going to create Bloc, Page, and Widgets folder. And widgets. Now we don't need Bloc, Page, and Widgets folder anymore, and we can remove them from here. Now again, I'm going to create a new file called splash inside pages. I think it is better now, but of course this depends on you. You could continue the previous one and it would not be a problem, but I prefer this structure. So we are going to implement this one for a splash page. As you can see, this is very simple and we can do it easily. So here I'm going to define a stateless class called splash page. Now inside build method, we have to return scaffold. And in body, we have to return center widget, and inside center we have to return image.asset as a child of center widget, like this, image.asset. Now here we have to set path of the asset. For this we have to export Spotify logo from Figma. So open the Figma and click on Spotify logo and export in SVG format like this. And here go to your project folder and in assets, vectors, and change the vector to, for example, Spotify underscore logo and click on save button. Great. Now we can set the path of the assets here, but this is not the best practice. It is better to have an asset management class and define it inside that class so that when we want to change the file name, we don't need to go through the entire project and change the file name. And we change only inside that class. So let's define asset management class. For this, we have to go to the configs folder, and inside this, we have to create a new folder called assets. And inside this, I'm going to create a new file called app vectors, like this. And inside here, first of all, we have to define a new class called app vectors. First of all, we have to define two static cons, one of them for base path for vectors and one of them for format of vectors. So I'm going to define these two static cons. First one is for base path called, for example, base path. And the value of this should be the path of the vectors folders. I mean, this. And the next one is for format of vectors, which should be .svg. Now we can define the path of the Spotify logo. So I'm going to define a new static const called logo. And the value of this should be like this. Base path plus name of the vector plus format. Great. Now let's go back to Splash. We have a problem here. As you probably know, we can't display files in SVG format with the image widget. So we need to use SVG library. So let's go to PubSpec and add Flutter underscore SVG. Alright, let's save this file to get Flutter SVG package. Let's go back to Splash, and instead of using image.asset, we have to use svg picture.asset. And here we have to set app vectors dot logo. I want to run the application and see the result, but before doing this, we have to go to the main file, and here, instead of returning container, we have to return splash page in home, and let's add cons before splash page. Great, and let's run the application. As you can see, everything is fine and we don't have any problem. Now, I want to hide this debug banner here. We can do this by setting value of show debug show checkmark banner to false. Implementing the splash page is finished and we can take this step and go to the next step. As you can see, the next step is implementing get started page. So let's do this. We will implement this page. This is the get started page, and as you can see, this is very simple and we can do it easily. So let's back to the editor. Before we start implementing get started page, we have to add something in splash page. So let's go to the splash page. I want to keep user for 2 seconds in splash page, then redirect user to get started page. We can do this in init state. So let's convert stateless class to stateful so that we can use init state method. Let's override init state method. What we have to do is that here, first we have to define a future method. For example, called redirect. Now here we have to create 2 seconds delay. For this we can use future.delayed like this. And here we have to set duration, and as I said before, we have keep user for 2 seconds. So here we have to set 2 seconds like this, and let's add const before duration. Great. Now we need to redirect user to the get started page using push replacement. So let's do this. So we have to use navigator dot push replacement, right? And instead of using new route, we have to use material page route, and here we have to use builder. And here we have to return our page. So first of all, let's define get started page class, then we will back here and we will return that class. So in presentation, let's define a new folder called, for example, intro. Then we have to create page folder, and inside this I'm going to create get started page. Now here let's define a new stateless class called get started page, and let's import material. Now let's back to the splash page and here return get started page. And let's add const before get started page. Great. Implementing redirect function is finished, and now we can call this function inside init state. Alright, now let's restart the application and see the result. As you can see, after 2 seconds, we will redirect it to the get started page, but because we are only returning container in the get started page, we see this black page. So let's implement get started page. We can start by adding scaffold here. Instead of returning container, we have to return scaffold. And in body, we have to return stack. Great. Let's check the design of the get started page. This is the design, and as you can see, we have an image on the background of the page. So we have to export this image. This is the image, and we can export like this, and we have to save this image in the assets and images folders. So here I'm going to change its name to, for example, intro background. Great. Like the vector management class, we need to create a class to manage images. So in configs, I create a new file called app images. Now I'm going to copy app vectors class and paste it in app images because it is exactly like app vectors. Here we just need to change app vectors to app images like this. Also, we have to change base path to assets images, and here we don't need format anymore because in images we can have multiple formats, so we don't have any static format. And finally, let's define a new static const for intro background called intro background, and value of this should be equal to base path plus g dot png like this. Great. Now we can use this class in our widgets. So let's back to the get started page. For display image, we can use container, and in image property, we can set intro background. But first of all, let's see design. So we can use container for display image, and then we can use column in child of container for display this logo and this text, and finally this button. And also we have to use a container for display this black hover. As you can see, this black hover. So this is simple, and let's do it. So here, first of all, let's create a container. And in decoration of container, we can use box decoration, and inside here, we can use image, and here we have to use decoration image, and here we can set our image property, which should be asset image, and here we have to pass of our asset. So here we can use app image dot intro background. Great. And also let's set fit to box fit dot fill. And now let's hot reload. Let's create black hover. For this we can use container. And in color we have to set black with opacity, for example 0.15, and let's save and see the result. Great. Let's continue and display Spotify logo and text and also button. So we can use column in child of container, and in children, first of all, we have to display Spotify logo. For this, we have to use svg picture.asset, and here we have to pass out the Spotify logo, which should be app vectors dot logo. Then we can use spacer. Don't worry about this problem here, it will be fixed later. So next, let's check the design. We have to display this text here. So here I'm going to use text widget, and here we can set enjoy. I think enjoy listening to music. Let's check style of this text. As you can see, the font weight is bold and font size is 25. But I think this is not fit with Flutter, and we have to make smaller. So here in style and in text style, font weight should be equal to font weight dot bold, and the color should be equal to white. Great. And the font size should be equal to, for example, 18. Great. To fix this problem here, we can wrap switchPicture.assets inside align and set alignment to top center. And here we go, the problem is fixed, and we can continue to make other text and also button. So let's check space between this text here and this text. We can check like this. As you can see, the space is 25. So here we can use sized box to make space between two texts, and the value should be equal to 21. Now I'm going to copy this text here and paste it here. We just need to change text and style of the text. So let's back to the Figma and check style of this text here. As you can see, the font weight is regular and the font size is 17. So let's back to the editor and change style. So the font weight should be equal to W500, and the color should be changed to appcolors.gray. And the font size should be changed to, for example, 10. Or maybe we can increase 10 to, for example, 13. Yeah, I think this is okay. And also I'm going to change text value to this one. Great. We have to make space from right and left. So in container, we can set padding, and we can use this one. We can set vertical to, for example, 40, and also horizontal to 40. Great. And let's change align of this text to center. Let's implement button, but let's check the Figma. As you can see, We will use this button in multiple pages. So because of that, I'm going to make this button a component, or maybe we can say a widget, so that we can use easily in the multiple pages. So let's back to the editor and go to the common folder. Here I'm going to make a new folder, for example, called widgets. Here I'm going to make a new folder called button, and here make a new file called basic app button. And now here I'm going to make a new stateless class, and in build we have to return elevated button. The value of unpressed and child must be passed, which means that we have to define unpressed and child in the constructor of this class. So I'm going to define these two parameters here. We can use void callback or unpressed, and for child we have to pass string, because the value of this should be text. So here we have to pass string. And as you know, we have to make these two parameters required. In child, we have to make return a text, and the value of text should be equal to title. Great. Now we can use this widget in our page, but before that, we have to set height for button. For this, we can use style, and here we can use elevated button dot style from, and here we can use minimum size for setting height and width. We just need to set height so that we can use const size dot from height. Also, we can pass this height. So here I'm going to define a new variable called height, and this parameter should not be required. So we have to make this parameter null safety, and here we can define like this, and we should remove const. We also need to check if height is equal to null. We need to set a default value. So let's back to the Figma. Here, as you can see, height of the button is 90. We can set, for example, 80 because the size is not fit between Figma and Flutter. So let's back to the editor. Here we can check with double question. It means that if height is equal to null, set default value. So our default value should be equal to 80. Great. Let's back to the get started page and use this widget. First of all, we have to create space between text and widget using size the box. Now we can use basic app button widget. And here we have to set title and unpressed. The value of title should be equal to get started. And for unpressed, I'm going to make empty function, but later here we will implement navigation function. It means that when user clicks on button, we will redirect user to the next page. Now let's save and see the result. As you can see, we made it and this is great. And finally, let's add cons for fix warnings. For this, we can use quick fix and add cons everywhere. Great. Implementing get started page is finished, and now we can move on implement choose mode page. So let's back to the editor and go to the folders, and here first of all we have to create a new folder called choose mode, and here, as you know, we have to create new folder called page. Inside page I'm going to create a new file called choose mode. And here, first of all, I'm going to create a new stateless class, choose mode page. Let's add material. Now here, as you know, you have to return scaffold. Now let's back to the get started page, and here we have to redirect user to the choose mode page when clicks on button. So we have to use navigator dot push, and instead of using route here we have to use material page route. Here we have to use builder, return choose mode page. And we also need to add const before choose mode page. Great. If I click on button, we should be able to go to the choose mode page. As you can see, it doesn't work. Let me say why. If you pay attention to this container, you will know this widget is last widget in our stack. It means that this widget covers all the top widgets. So when we click on button, actually we click on this container, so it doesn't work. To fix that, we have to remove this column here and put it in our stack and after this container. So I'm going to copy this column and put it after container. And now we have to set padding. And let's add const. Great. Now let's click on get started button again. Here we go. As you can see, we were redirected to the choose mode page and the button is working. Now we can start implementing choose mode page. So let's back to the choose mode page, and here, before start implementing this page, let's check the design of the choose mode page. This is design of the choose mode page, and as you can see, like get started page, we have a image on the background. So let's export this image. This is image, and we can export like this, and we are going to save in assets and image folder. Now let's back to the editor, and first of all let's define path of the assets in our assets management class, in core and assets, and in app image file. So here I'm going to define a new static const called choose mode background. Great. Now let's back to the choose mode page. Structure of this page is exactly like get started page. So I'm going to copy body of get started page and paste in body. Great. Let's import app colors, basic app button, and also SVG picture, and app vectors, and also app images. Here we have to change intro background to choose mode background. Great. Now let's change this text here to choose mode. And we also need to make space between button and these two texts. Actually, we have to increase this to, for example, 15. I think this will be great. Yeah. And also we need to remove this text here, and instead of text we have to make two buttons to choose dark mode or light mode. So let's remove this text here. First of all, let's check design. As you can see, we have to export these two icons. So I'm going to export in SVG format. As you know, we have to define these two vectors in our vectors management class. So here I'm going to define new static const called sun, and another one called moon. Great. Now we can use these two icons in our page. Now here, let's create two circular container. We can use raw for this one. Let's make space between two container using sized box. Let's add color to see result. Great. And in decoration, we have to set shape to box shape dot circle, and also we need to move color to box decoration. Great. I think we need to increase space to, for example, 40. And also we need to increase height and width. Yeah, I think this is good. Let's check design. Yeah, this is good. And we also need to increase this space here to, for example, 40. Great. Now we have to make blur background of containers. To do this, we can use backdrop filter. So we have to wrap container to backdrop filter like this. In filter, we can use image filter dot blur, and here we have to set sigma x to 10 and also sigma y to 10. Great. And now we have to change color to this one. So I'm going to copy hex code, and here let's change color to this hex code with opacity 0.5. Great. To fix this problem, we can wrap backdrop filter to clip oval. Great. Now let's copy this one here and paste here. Now we have to display icons in center of containers. So in child, we can use svg picture.asset, and here we have to pass path of the asset. The left one is, I think, moon. Great. We need to make vector smaller. To do this, we can use fit and set box width to none. Great. And let's copy this one and paste inside of this container and just change vector to sun. Great. And finally, we have to display text in bottom of these containers. I mean, these two texts here, light mode and dark mode. So we have to wrap container to column, and here let's make space between container and text. Let's check style of the text. Font weight is medium and size is 70. I think we have to change color to this one, and this is, I think, app colors.gray. Great. So let's copy this one here, and first of all, let's wrap container to column, and here paste text and change dark mode to light mode. Great. And finally, we have to change title of button to continue. Great. I think implementing ChooseMod page is finished. I mean, implementing UI of the ChooseMod page is finished, and we can take this step and go to the next step. As you can see, in the next step, we are going to implement logic of choosing light mode or dark mode. In this step, we are going to use Flutter block and hydrated block. Let me show you the hydrated block page in pub.dev. This package makes our work easier. By using this package, we don't need to use other packages like shared preferences to store last changes. So this is so easy, and we are going to use this package. So let's back to the editor and let's open PubSpec, and here let's add a Flutter block and hydrated block. We also have add path provider package. We will need it in initializing hydrated block. So here I'm going to add path provider. Let's save and download the package. Great. Now let's go to the main file, and here we have to initialize hydrated block in main. So let's check the document and see how we can initialize hydrated block. Yeah, in the usage section, it guides us how we can initialize. So let's copy this code here and paste it in our main file, and let's add and import hydrated block and foundation and also path provider, and let's change app to my app and add const. Great. Now let's back to the ChooseMod folder in presentation, and here we have to create a new folder called block. Now inside block, I'm going to create a new file called theme-qubit. Now inside this file, we are going to implement our theme-qubit for dark mode or light mode selection. So here, first of all, we have to define a new class called theme-qubit. And as you probably know, here we have to extend block, but instead of block, we are going to use qubit and hydrate qubit. So here we have to extend hydrate qubit, and now we have to pass our state. In this qubit, we don't have any state. I mean, we just need to pass theme mode, and we don't have create state classes. So here we just need to pass theme mode. Our state in theme qubit is theme mode, and here we have to create two missing overrides. Great. And also we have to create constructor for this class like this. Great. And here we have to pass initial state. Our initial state is theme mode dot system. Great. Here we have only one method called update theme. So I'm going to define this method, which takes theme mode as an input, and finally emit taken theme mode. Great. What exactly does this method do? This method takes the theme mode that we pass to it and then change the current theme to light mode or dark mode using this emit. So we are done here, and now we can go to the main file and inject the block provider and also inject theme qubit. Now here, as you probably know, we have to wrap material app inside multi-block provider like this. Now inside providers, we have to inject theme qubit. Great. And we also need to wrap material app inside block builder to listen theme mode changes. So here I'm going to wrap material app inside block builder. Let's continue and set theme mode and dark theme like this. Here we have to use theme mode and set this mode here. And we also need to set dark theme. Great. Now let's back to the choose mode page and call update theme function. But before doing this, we have to add const in everywhere. Great. Now here we have to wrap these two containers inside gesture detector to be able to click on containers. So here I'm going to wrap this container to gesture detector, and in on tab we can call update theme. As you probably know, we have multiple ways to call this function. One way is create an instance of ThemeQubit class and then using that instance and call function. And one way is because we injected ThemeQubit globally, we can use context.read and call this function. I'm going to use second way, like this. Here we have to pass light theme. And let's copy this one here and paste here. And just change light theme to dark theme. Now we can use theme qubit and change the theme of the application to dark mode or light mode. Unfortunately, we don't have any design to select these boxes. I mean, we don't show the selected box by the user. Anyway, I'm going to select dark mode and restart application. As you can see, background of splash has changed to dark mode and theme changing is working very well and we don't have any problem. Implementing logic of choose mode is finished and let's check our roadmap and tick this step. As you can see, the next step is implementing login or sign up page. Let's check the design. This page. We are going to implement this page and then sign in and finally sign up. Great. Let's back to the editor and close choose mode page and also theme qubit and also main. Great. Before creating folder in presentation layer, let's back to the Figma and export these patterns here and also this image. So I'm going to export in SVG format. For example, we can call top pattern and this one we can call bottom pattern. And also let's export this image here in PNG format and in images folder. We can call authentication background. I think we don't need to export anything else and we can continue and implement this page. So let's back to the editor. In presentation layer, let's create a new folder called authentication. And as you know, here we have to create a new folder called pages. And inside pages, let's create a new file called sign up or sign in. And here, let's create a new stateless class. Let's import material. And here, as you know, we have to return scaffold. Go ahead and return stack in body. Before implementing this page, let's back to the choose mode page and call navigation function in continue button and redirect user to the sign up or sign in page. Here, instead of redirect user to the choose mode page, we have to return signing or sign up page. Great. Now, if I click on continue, we will redirect to the sign up or sign in page. In sign up or sign in page, let's start with implementing this pattern here. We can use alignment in stack and set alignment dot top right and show this pattern. So here let's define align, and in alignment we have to set alignment dot top right, and in child we can use svg picture dot asset, and here, as you know, we have to path out our asset. So as you probably know, we have to define new static const in app vectors management for top right and top left pattern. So here, and another one should be bottom pattern. Now here we can use app vectors dot top pattern, and let's save and see the result. As you can see, we have pattern here, and this is great. So let's back to the Figma. I'm going to implement this bottom pattern here. Actually, we are in dark mode, so let's do the dark mode design. Great. So let's implement bottom pattern here. I'm going to copy this one here and just change top right to bottom right, and change top pattern to bottom pattern, and let's save and see the result. Great. We also have a bottom pattern here, and this is great. Now let's split this image here. So let's go to the app image management class and define authentication background as a static const. So here, and here again I'm going to use align widget. We need to set bottom left, and instead of using svg picture we have to use image.asset, and here we can use app images dot authentication background, and let's save and see the result. Great. We also have image in bottom left, and almost we are done in display some images or vectors. Let's back to the Figma and see the next step. In the next step, we are going to implement this content here. I mean this logo, these texts, and also these two buttons. So let's back to the editor. Here we also can use alignment widget. So I'm going to copy this one here and set alignment to center, and in child we can use column. First of all, we have to display this Spotify logo here, so I'm going to use svg picture.asset, and here we have to set app vectors dot logo. Great. Actually, when we use column, alignment widget will not working. To fix this, we can use main axis alignment in column. So here we can set main axis alignment to center, and great. Now next step is display this text here. So let's see, style out this text here. As you can see, font weight is bold and font size is 26. So here I'm going to define a text. Font weight should be equal to bold. And font size should be 26. Great. We need to make a space between logo and text. So let's see design and see space 55. So here we can use sized box and set height to 55. Great. And let's add const. We also have another text, I mean this text here. Let's check space between top text and bottom text. So 21 here. First, let's make space between two texts and copy this one here. So font weight is regular and font size is 17. And let's copy this text and paste it here. Right? We have to set cross alignment to center in column, also in text alignment. Great. And the color is gray. App colors.gray. Let's implement these two buttons here. So let's check space between text and buttons. The space is 13. So here first let's make space using size box, and then we can use row. For this one we can use basic app button, but first of all we have to create expand, and then in child we have to use basic app button. And here we have to set unpressed and title. Title should be register. As you can see, we have to make a space from right and left. To do this, we can wrap column inside padding and set padding for right and left. So here we can use this one and set horizontal padding to 40. Great. Now we have to make text smaller. Great. And let's create another button. For that one, we can use text button, but first of all, we have to make a space between two buttons using size box. Now here we can use text button. We have to pass unpressed and child widget. For child, we have to use text. Let's check style of the text. The font weight is bold. So here, style, we have to set font weight to bold. Font size should be, for example, 16. And the color should be equal to white. Right? And let's wrap text button to expand it and set flex to 1. Great, and let's add const. Now I want to test something. I want to see this page in the light theme. So I'm going to restart the application. And here I'm going to choose light mode and click on continue. As you can see, we have a problem here. And the problem is the signing color is white in light theme. Actually, color of this text should be dark, should be black in light theme. So we have a problem here and I want to fix this problem. What I want to do, here I want to check if the current theme of the application was dark, the color be equal to white, otherwise the color be equal to black. I want to write extension for this one because we will use this in other places and the extension will be easy to use. So here, let's go to the common folder. Here we have to create another folder called helpers. Inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file called, for example, is dark. Or maybe we can call is dark mode. Great. And inside here, I'm going to write extensions called, for example, dark mode that on with context. Here we can use boolean get is dark mode. And inside here, we have to return boolean. We can check if the current theme is equal to dark mode or not. To do this, we can get help from brightness and check in this way. So here we can use theme.of. Instead of context, we have to use this, and here brightness is equal to brightness dot dark. Now let's back to the sign up or signing page and use this extension. We can use in this way context dot is dark mode. Actually, we have to remove this cons here. Great. So here we checked if theme of the application was dark mode, return colors dot black, otherwise return colors dot white. This is wrong, and we have to return white here, and In other side, you have to return black. Great. I want to check in dark mode, so let's restart application and select dark mode. Great, as you can see, this condition is working very well and we don't have any problem. So let's go ahead and see the next step. We just need to implement this back button here. So let's back to the editor. But before doing this, I want to make a small change to the style of this button here. So let's go to our theme, and here I want to use a 16 instead of using 20 in font size. Great. And also I want to remove elevation from our button. So here we can set elevation to 0. So restart application and see the result. So size of the text on our buttons has changed, and I think it become much better and more beautiful. So let's continue and create this back button. As you can see, we are going to use this back button on the multiple pages. So it is better to make this back button as a component or as a widget and use in other pages. So in the common folder and in the widgets, I'm going to create a new folder called, for example, app bar. Inside here, I'm going to create a new file called app bar. And here, let's create a new stateless class. Basic app bar. Let's import material. And in build, I'm going to return app bar. To see changes, let's call this basic app bar in Signup or Signin Page. Okay. Here, first of all, let's set background color to transparent. And also let's set elevation to 0. Next step, we have to implement this back button like this one here. So this is leading and we can customize it like this. We can use icon button. And in icon, we can use container. Let's use box decoration in container. Here, I'm going to set color for container. In dark mode, color should be equal to this one, and in light mode should be equal to this one. So in dark mode, color should be white with 0.03 opacity. So here you can use colors dot white with opacity 0.03. Great, and box shape should be equal to circle. And in container, we have to display a back icon. So in child, we can use icon. Let's select arrow icon. Actually, back arrow icon. Now let's set width and height for container. I think 50 is great. Now we have to set color for icon. And as you probably know, we have to check if theme of the application was dark mode. Return colors.white, otherwise return colors.black. We also need to implement this approach to color of container. So here we have to check if current theme of the application was dark mode, return this color, otherwise return colors.black with opacity 0.04. Great. Now let's select light theme and see the result. So I'm going to restart the application and select light mode. Great. This is our back button in light mode. And as you can see, this app bar is working very well and we don't have any problem, and we can continue and implement other things. But last thing we have to do is that call navigator.pop function in unpressed. So here I'm going to call navigator dot pop. Great. Now if I click on this button here, we will back to the previous page. Great. As you can see, this is working very well and we don't have any problem. Implementing this page finished. So let's go ahead and see our roadmap. So here, let's take this step. Login or sign up page is over and we can continue and implement login page and sign up page. So let's see the design. We are going to implement these two pages. As you can see, this is very easy and I think we will have no problem in implementing these two pages. So let's back to the editor. First of all, let's close these tabs. Let's restart the application and select dark theme. To be honest, I like dark theme more than light theme. So here I'm going to select dark mode. Great. Now let's back to the project structure. In presentation, let's create a new folder called, actually we don't need any folder. In pages, let's create another file called register. Or maybe it is better to call sign up. Here, let's create a new stateless class. Let's import material. Here, we have to return scaffold. In body, let's return column. Now let's back to the sign up or signing page and call navigation and redirect user to the register page when click on register button. So here dot push. Here we have to return material page route. And here we have to return sign up page. Great. And let's add const. Now if I click on register button, I will redirect to the sign up page. Great. Let's start with implement this app bar here. We can use basic app bar that we have created. So in the scaffold, we can use app bar widget, and here we can call our basic app bar. We have an error. This error tells us basic app bar should be some kind of preferred size widget. To fix this, we can implement preferred size widget in basic app bar. So let's go to the basic app bar. Here we can use implement keyword and implement preferred size widget and override this one here. And here we have to return something like this, size from height, and here we can use k toolbar height. Great. And also add const and remove this comment here. Okay. As you can see, the error is gone. The app bar is displayed. So let's add const before this. We have to do one more thing, and that is we have to display logo in app bar. To do this, we have to pass one widget to the basic app bar and display in app bar. So let's go to the app bar class. Here we can use title and display logo in the title. So first of all, we have to define a parameter and get that parameter in the constructor of basic app bar. So here let's define the type of widget parameter called, for example, title. And we have to define in constructor of basic app bar. And here we have to check if title not be null, display title, otherwise display an empty text. Great. Now let's back to the sign up page. And here we can use svg picture dot asset and pass app vectors dot logo, and let's remove const here. As you can see, Spotify logo displayed, but we have to make it smaller. So here we can set height and width. And also we have to set center title to true in app bar. Great. Let's continue and implement the rest of the design. We are going to implement this text. Here I'm going to make a new widget. This is good for write clean code. So here, create a new widget called register text. Inside this widget, return text widget. Font weight should be bold, and font size, I think 25 is great. Let's add const. When we implement other widgets, text and also other widgets will be in center of page. I mean, a cross-axis alignment will be center. So let's continue and implement other widgets. We have to implement these text fields. So the first text field is full name. So here, let's create a new widget called full name field, return text field. Let's put this full name field in widget 3. And also make a space from right, left, top, and bottom. So let's wrap column inside padding. And set vertical and horizontal padding. Now I'm going to change decoration of text field. So here you can use input decoration. First of all, we have to create border for text fields, and also we have to make radius. So here, first of all, we have to set field to true, and field color should be equal to transparent. Great. And also we have to make text field bigger than this. To do this, in text field we can set content padding. Now I'm going to create border. For this we can use border property and use outline input border. Let's increase height of text field by changing 15 to, for example, 30. Nice. And here we have to set border radius. And let's make a space between register text and text field. I think this is great, and let's continue. This is decoration of our text fields, and we will use this decoration in other text fields. So it is better to define decoration of inputs in our theme. So I'm going to copy this one here, and let's go to the app theme. Here we can use input decoration theme. We just need to change input decoration to input decoration theme. Great. And instead of using border, we have to use enabled border. Great. And let's set border size. Here I'm going to set white for color of border. And width I'm going to set 0.4. Great. Now we can remove this decoration here. Let's restart the application and see the result. As you can see, we have a problem here. When I click on text field, decoration of text field is gone. To fix this, let's back to the app theme, and here, let's copy this one here and set also for border. Now let's restart the application and see the result. As you can see, the problem is fixed and we don't have any problem. We also need to set this input decoration theme for light theme. So here, let's copy this one here and set in light theme. And instead of using colors.white for border, we have to use colors.black. Great. Now we have to implement hint text in our text fields. We can copy input decoration theme that we have created in app theme. To do this, in input decoration, we can use apply defaults, and here we can use theme dot off and set input decoration theme. Here we have to pass context to the full name field. And now we can set hint text in input decoration. What we have to do now is that we have to define style for hint text in input decoration theme. So here, let's go to the dark theme. And here we can use hint text style and define text style for hint text. In dark theme, color of hint text should be equal to this one. Font weight should be equal to medium. Let's copy this one and paste in light theme. In light theme, color of text should be equal to this. Great. Now let's restart the application and see the result. Great, this is in dark theme, and let's restart the application again and select light theme and see the result. As you can see, everything is great and we don't have any problem. So let's back to the signup page and implement rest of the widgets. The next field is email field. So here I'm going to copy this one here and change its name to email, and here we have to change in text to enter email. And let's put this field in widget 3. And let's make a space between full name field and email field. Great. And the last field is password field. So here let's copy this one and change its name to password. And change hint text to password. And let's put it in widget 3. And make a space between email field and password field. Great. And last widget should be created account button. So here we can use app basic button. But first of all, let's make a space between button and password field. So here we can call app actually basic app button. And the last thing we are going to implement is this text. So I'm going to create a new method that return widget called, for example, Signin Page. For implement this, we can use raw and put one text, and this signing should be, for example, like a text button. So here I'm going to return raw, and in children, let's create a new text. Let's check style of the text. Font weight, I think, should be equal to medium. So here we can use 500. And font size, I think, and font size, I think 14 should be great. And let's call this signing text in bottom navigation widget. Let's set main axis alignment to center. And also let's make a space from bottom. So to do this, we can use padding. Now we can put text button next to this text. So here we can use text button. And the value of text should be sign in. Great. The button is working, and when we finished signing page, we can put navigation in on-press and redirect user to the signing page when click on this signing text button. Signup page finished, and now we can go to the create signing page. Signing page is exactly like a signup page. So I'm going to copy all of the signup page, and in pages I'm going to create a new page called sign in. And paste it here and just change signup page to signing page. Let's change signing text to signup text. And here, instead of using this text, we are going to use this text here, not a member. Instead of using signing, we have to use register now. Now let's back to the sign up or signing page and redirect user to the signing page when click on this signing. So here we can copy this one here and paste here and just change sign up page to signing page. Great. Now we are in signing page and we just need to change this register text to signing. In sign in, we have two fields, email and password. So we can remove this full name field because we don't need it anymore. Let's change create account to sign in. There is one more thing left to implement it in order to complete creation of these pages, and that is we have to redirect user to the register page when click on this register now text button. So Here we have to use navigation. So I'm going to copy this one here and paste it here. And instead of using push, I'm going to use push replacement. And here we have to change signing page to the signup page. And now let's click on register now and see the result. As you can see, we were redirected to the sign up page and everything is fine. Now we have to redirect user to the signing page when user clicks on signing button. So I'm going to copy these lines of code and paste in sign up page and in unpressed out text button. Here we have to change sign up page to the signing page. Now if I click on signing text button, we will redirect to the signing page. Great, as you can see, everything is fine and we don't have any problem. Okay, now let's check our roadmap. Login page and sign up page are finished and we can take these two steps. As you can see, the next step is set up Firebase for our project. So let's go to the Firebase documentation. We are going to use Firebase CLI for set up Firebase in our project. So here I'm using Windows, but this is same in Mac OS or Linux. For CLI, I'm going to use standalone binary, but you can use npm as well. But I think standalone is easier than npm, and this is so clear. So for this one, you have to download Firebase CLI binary for Windows or Mac OS or Linux. I downloaded before, but you can download it from here. After downloaded, open Firebase CLI. Now here, let me log out from my Firebase account using Firebase logout. Now, the first step is log into your Firebase account using Firebase login. After login, close Firebase CLI and open it again and make sure that you are logged into your Firebase account. And then run this command. After this, go to your project using cd, but first of all, make sure that you put Firebase CLI and your project in desktop. So now here, run Flutter fire configure command. Now select create a new project. Now here we have to select name and ID for our project. I'm going to select, for example, Spotify 01. So this error tells us there is already a project with Spotify 01 ID. So we have to choose another name and ID. So let's run Flutter file configure again. Create a new project. And now I'm going to select 0101. As you can see, our project created successfully, and now we have to select Android or iOS. It doesn't matter. As you can see, setup Firebase for our project is finished, and configuration for platforms like Android, iOS, web, macOS, Windows is also done. And now we can go to our project. As you can see, Firebase options is here, and this means that everything is fine and we don't have any problem. To fix this error, we just need to add Firebase core in PubSpec. So let's do this. Here we just need to add Firebase core. As you can see, the error is gone and we don't have any problem here. As you probably know, after Firebase setup, the first step is initialize Firebase in our project. To do this, in main file and before run my app, we have to initialize Firebase. For this, we can use await Firebase dot initialize app, and here we have to set options. For this, we can get help from Firebase options file and set default Firebase options. And select current platform. Firebase setup in our project also finished, and now we can move on to the next step. So let's check our roadmap. First of all, let's take Firebase setup. As you can see, the next step, we have to implement authentication domain layer. As you know, we are using clean architecture, and in clean architecture, when implement logic of feature, we have to start with domain layer and entities. So let's go to our project. Now in the entities folder, let's create a new folder called authentication, and inside here, let's create a new file called user. Here, first thing first, we have to create a new class called user entity. In user entity, we have 3 fields called full name, email, and user ID. So here let's define these fields. And also we have to create constructor of user entity. So here we can use user entity, and here define these fields. For now, we have these three fields in user entity, but maybe we added other fields later. But for now, this is enough and this is working for us. Great. Let's go ahead and move on to the repository folder. Here, again, you have to create a new folder called Authentication. Inside here, let's define a new file called Authentication repository, or maybe we can call just authentication and not add repository to the end of authentication. And here, as you know, in repository of domain, we have to create abstract class. And as you know, the implementation of this repository will be in data layer. So here, we just need to create abstract class and define our methods. To create abstract class, we just need to add abstract keyword before our class name. So here we have to use abstract, then class, and let's call authentication repository. Here we have two methods. One of them is for sign in and one of them is for sign up. So let's define these two methods. Type of these two methods should be future. So here we have to start with future. The first one is sign up and the next one is sign in. For now, our work is finished in the domain layer and now we can go to the data layer. But we will back to the domain layer and create use cases, and maybe we have some changes, but for now we are done here. So in the data layer we have models, repository, and sources. In the models we are going to create our models, and for example from JSON to JSON methods. In the repository we are going to implement this authentication repository that we have created, and in the sources we are going to use Firebase authentication service. But if it was API instead of Firebase, it should be handled in the sources folder. So here, first of all, let's create a new folder called authentication, and inside here I'm going to create a new file called authentication Firebase service. Here, first of all, let's create abstract class for our authentication Firebase service. This is a respect to the dependency inversion rule by abstracting data sources. In this way, our repository implementation will not depend on the authentication Firebase service class. So here, let's create abstract class called authentication Firebase service. In this class, we have two methods called sign in and sign up. So let's create these two methods. Now let's implement Authentication Firebase Service class. To do this, let's create a new class called Authentication Firebase Service Implementation, which we have to extend Authentication Firebase Service. And let's override these two methods. Now here we are going to implement these two methods, but first of all let's add Firebase authentication to our pub/spec file. Here let's add Firebase authentication library. Great. Let's back to the authentication Firebase service class. Here first of all let's implement signup method. This method is future, so we should add async keyword. Now here, first of all, let's put try catch. This is a good approach to error handling. So here, let's use try catch on Firebase authentication exception. Now we can use Firebase authentication library dot instance dot. For sign up, we can use create user with password and email. Great. Now we have to pass email and password that we have get from user on the register page to this function. To do this, we have to pass email and password to the sign up and then use here. So what we can do to handle this, we can create a model or maybe a class which we get email, password and full name from user and create instance of that class and then pass that class to the sign up. So to do this, let's go to the models. Here, let's create a new folder called authentication, and inside this, let's create a new file called, for example, inside here, let's create a new file called, for example, create user request. And here, let's create a new class called create user request. Now here, let's define our parameters, which we get from user on the register page. I mean full name, email, and password. So here, let's define. And let's create constructor of create user request class and define these parameters inside that constructor. Great. Now let's back to the authentication Firebase service class. Here we have to pass an instance of create user request to the signup method. So here we have to create an instance of create user request. And also we have to pass to the implementation of signup method. Great. Now we can use this instance and pass email and also password to the create user with email and password method from Firebase. I can say that almost we are done here. And now we can go to the repository folder and implement authentication repository. So here let's create a new folder called authentication. Then inside here, let's create a new file called authentication repository implementation. Now here, first of all, let's create a new class called authentication repository implementation, which we have to extend authentication repository. Now let's override sign in and sign up methods. Now here in the sign up method, we have to call this method, the sign up method from authentication Firebase Setup class. Now here we have to access to the authentication Firebase Setup class and then call sign up method in this implementation of sign up. But to do this, we have to create an instance of authentication Firebase Setup class, then define it in the constructor of authentication repository implementation. But this is not good approach because this makes our class complicated and this is not good in large projects. So what we can do to solve this problem, we can use gedit library. This working as dependency injection and solves our problem. So let's add this library in our project. So let's open PubSpec and here let's add gedit library and save. As you can see, gedit library added to the project and now we can use this library in our projects. To do this, first of all, let's create a file inside lib folder called service locator. Now here, we have to create a global instance of gedit library. So here, let's define final variable called, for example, SL. This means that service locator. Then create instance of gedit using gedit dot instance. We are going to use SL in our project, in whole of our project. So we have to define this instance as a global instance so we can access in the whole of the projects and in any file. In the next step, we have to create a feature method to initialize dependencies and register our classes and repository use cases and also our service classes. So here let's define feature method named initialize dependencies. We are going to call initialize dependencies in main file and before run app. So first of all, we have to register our service classes, for example, authentication Firebase service class. To do this, we can use sl.register singleton. We are going to register our classes as a singleton. In this way, only one instance of our classes is created, and this is very good for performances. So here, let's define authentication Firebase service class as a parameter, and inside this we have to create an instance of authentication Firebase service implementation class like this. Great. So when we have abstract class and also implementation of that class, we have to register these two classes like this. Great. And in the next step, we have to register our repository classes. This is exactly like this. So I'm going to copy this one here and then paste it here and just change authentication Firebase service class to authentication repository, and here we have to create an instance of authentication repository implementation. In the next step, we have to register our use cases, but since we have not created use cases yet, so we can't do this. Great, let's go ahead and call initialize dependencies in main file and before run app. We can call here. Let's import service locator file. Now, let's back to our repository implementation and use power of service locator. Now here, let's call signup method, which we have created in data layer. To do this, we can use await, and then we can use sl, which we defined in service locator. Let's import service locator, and here we have to pass authentication Firebase service class. And then call signup method. As you can see, we have to pass an instance of create user request. So as you probably know, we have to define an instance of create user request in domain layer and in authentication repository. So let's go to the authentication repository, and here we have to get an instance of create user request in signup method from user. So here let's define an instance of create user request, and let's back to the implementation, and here also we have to define an instance of create user request, and let's use async to fix these errors. Great. Authentication repository implementation and also authentication Firebase service class are finished, and now we can go to the next step. In the next step, we have to create our use cases. So to do this in core, let's define a new folder called use case. Inside here, we are going to create our pattern for use cases. I mean by pattern is abstract class. Actually, we are going to create an abstract class for our use cases. Then, any use cases we want to create, implement this abstract class. So here, let's create a new file called use case. Now here, let's create an abstract class called use case. This class takes two generic parameters called type and parameters. This class must have call method which returns type and also takes params as input. So here I'm going to create this method. Actually, when we want to implement this use case, we have to set type. I mean by type is value which we want to return from repository. This could be, for example, API response or anything else. And here, params is value which we have to pass from UI to our use case. This could be, for example, create user requests or anything else. So we are done here, and let's go to the use cases folder in domain layer. Here, let's create a new folder called Authentication. Inside this, let's create our use cases for authentication. So the first use case is sign up use case. Let's go ahead and create a new class called sign up use case. It should implement use case that we have created before. And now we have to set our type and also params which we get from UI and user. So for params, actually, we have to pass create user request class. And for type, I wanna use Dart library. This is very good for functional programming and error handling. So let's add Dart's library to our pubspec file. Now, for using darts, we can use either class from darts library. Either class has two generic parameters called right and left. In right, when our request is successful, we will return something in right, and when our request fails, we have to return something in left. Now, let's override call method. Now here we can use SL and authentication repository and call signup method. So here let's return SL, let's import service locator. As you can see, we have an error here, that is the return type of signup method in authentication repository is void, but here we return either. So we have to make small change in signup method in the authentication repository. So here, let's change void to the either from Dart's library, and also we have to change this in implementation of authentication repository. So here we have change void to either, and also we have to make this change in authentication Firebase service class. So here, first of all, in sign now we have to return either. Great. Now in implementation of sign up method, we have to change void to either, and here we have to use right and left method of either. Now, in try, we have to return right. This means that our request is successful and we don't have any problem. Now, in write, we can return anything. This depends on you, and you can return anything, and this is dynamic. Here, I want to return a simple text. So here we can, for example, return sign up was successful. Great. And in catch, we have to handle our errors and return left. In create user with email and password, we can have two errors. One of them is weak password and one of them is email already in use. So here we have to return a message related to our errors. So here let's define a new variable called message. Then we have to return this message in left side of either. Great. Now we have to set value for this message. So here we can check if e dot code equal to weak password. Then set this text for message. For example, the password provided is too weak. Great. Else if e.code equal to email already in use, then set this text for message. For example, an account already exists with that email. Great. Here we are done. Now let's back to the implementation of authentication repository and fix this error. Okay, we just need to add return before await. And let's back to the sign up use case. As you can see, we don't have any problem and we don't have any errors in project. So now we have to register sign up use case in our service locator. So here, let's copy this one here, then paste it here and change authentication repository to sign up use case. Now everything is ready to use sign up use case and sign up first user in our application. So let's back to the presentation layer and sign up page. Now here inside unpress or create account button, we have to call sign up use case. So here let's define a variable called result. Then we can use service locator. Now here, as you probably know, we have to create an instance of create user request and set in params. So here, let's create an instance of create user request. Now here we have to pass full name, email, and password. To do this, we have to create controllers for our text fields. So here, let's create 3 control for full name, email, and password fields. The first one is full name. Second one is email, and the last one is password. And let's remove const. Now in our fields we have to set controllers. Great. Now we can use these controllers and access the value of text fields. Now I want to check if sign up was successful. We redirect user to the, for example, home page, and otherwise we display message to the user. To do this, we can check by result. As you know, type of result is either, and we can do it by using fold method in either. So here we can use result.fold. Here we have two methods. One of them is left and one of them is right. Left means sign up fails, and right means our request is successful and we don't have any problem and we can do anything. So here, if sign up fails, I want to display snack bar. So here, let's create snack bar. As you remember, the left side of result was message. I mean, let's check our data layer, and in implementation of sign up, left side we return message, and we have these two messages. So if sign up fails, snack bar will display one of them these messages. So Let's back to the sign up. And in the right side, I want to redirect user to the home page. I mean, this page. Actually, this is not home page. And for example, we can call this page root, which we have bottom navigation. So let's create this root page, then redirect user to this page. In the presentation layer, let's create a new folder called root. And inside this folder, let's create a new folder called pages. Pages. And inside this, let's create a new file called root. And inside here, let's create a new class, new stateless class called root page. And instead of return container, let's return scaffold. Great. Now let's back to the sign up page. And here, by using navigator.push and remove until, we will redirect user to the root page. So here, let's using navigator.push and remove until. Instead of new route, we have to use material page route. Here, we have to return root page, and let's add const. Now everything finished, and we can test and create our first user in application. So here, let's fill these text fields by some values. And let's click on create account. Great. As you can see, we have an error in console. This error related to Firebase dashboard. This error tells us we don't configure sign up with password and email in Firebase console. So what we can do, let's open Firebase console and this project. In dashboard, let's go to the authentication section. Great. In signing method, we have to enable email and password. Let's click on save. Great, now email and password is enabled, and we can use this method in our project and application. Let's back to the project and try again. So I'm going to click on create account. As you can see, we can create account because our password is too weak and Firebase gives us error. So let's make our password stronger. And let's try again and click on create account. As you can see, we're directed to the root page, and this means that our sign up method is working very well and we don't have any problem. Now, if we go to the Firebase dashboard and users section, we will see the user that we have created a few seconds ago. Yes, great. As you can see, we have a user here and this is so amazing. Okay, let's back to the project. Implementation of sign up in the application is completely finished, and now we can go to the next step. In the next step, I'm going to make signing complete. So let's close Signup Page and let's complete signing method. So let's start with data layer. In the data layer, we are going to use Firebase Authentication library to sign in application. This is exactly like create user with email and password. So let's copy this code here and paste in sign in. Instead of using create user with email and password, we have to use sign in with email and password. So as you can see, we need to something like create user request class in sign in. So let's create something like that class in models. So here I'm going to create new file called, for example, sign in user request. Great. Let's copy create user request and just remove full name and also change class name to sign in user request. Great. Now let's back to the implementation of Authentication Firebase service. Here we have to define an instance of sign in user request. And also here we have to pass sign in request to the implementation of signing. Now we can use this instance and pass email and also password. And the return type of sign in should be either. So here let's change void to either. And also in implementation, let's change void to either. Great. So in right, instead of return sign up was successful, we have to, for example, return sign in was successful. It doesn't matter. On Firebase authentication exception, we have two errors. One of them is for invalid email and one of them is for invalid credential. Invalid credential is for a wrong password and invalid email is for invalid email, so wrong email. So here let's check by invalid email. And here let's check by invalid credential. And for message in invalid email, let's set, for example, not user found for that email. And for invalid credential, let's set, for example, wrong password provided for that user. Great. We are done here and the implementation of signing is finished. Now let's go to the domain layer and change return type of sign-in to either. Now in implementation of sign-in, we have to call sign-in method from Authentication Firebase service class. So here let's call sign-in method. As you can see here, we have an error, and this error tells us we have to pass an instance of sign-in user request. So we have to make a small change in sign-in method actually in abstract class of authentication repository. So here we have to define sign-in user request, and then here and finally we have to pass this instance to the sign-in method in authentication Firebase service class. So great. Implementation of repository of sign-in finished, and in the next step we have to create use case to sign in. So here in use cases and authentication folder, let's create a new file called sign-in. Use case of sign in is exactly like use case of sign up. So I'm going to copy this one here, then paste here. We have to make a small change here. The first one is change sign up to sign in. And instead of pass create user request, we have to pass sign in use case. Sign in request, sign in user request, and then in call again, instead of pass create user request, we have to pass sign in user request, and here let's change sign up to sign in. And finally, the last thing we have to do is inject the sign in use case in series locator. So here let's copy sign up injection, then here we have to change sign up to sign in. Let's import sign in use case. Now everything is ready to call sign in use case and sign into the application. So let's go to the presentation layer and authentication folder, and let's go to the sign in page. Here, as you can see, first of all, we have to create controller for email and password text field. So here, let's define controller for email and the password. Now we have to remove const. Great. Now let's set these controllers in text fields. Now in onPressed of sign in button, we have to call our use case, I mean sign in use case. This is exactly like onPressed of sign up. So because of that, I'm going to copy sign up onPressed, and just we have to make some changes. Instead of using sign up use case, we have to use sign in use case. And instead of using create user request, we have to use sign in user request. We don't have full name. And let's import root page. So here we call sign in use case. Then we check result. If result was successful, we redirect user to the root page. Otherwise, we show a snack bar to the user with error message. So this is so clear. So now we can test. First of all, let's open terminal and debug console. First of all, I'm going to enter wrong password. To fix this error, we just need to add column inside single child scroll view. And instead set padding with padding widget, let's set padding inside property of padding in single child scroll view. Great. Now let's back to the on-pressed of sign in. First of all, I'm going to enter wrong email, something like this. And now let's click on sign in button. As you can see, snack bar displayed and show error message. So now let's change wrong email to the correct email. And now let's click on sign in. As you can see, again, snack bar displayed, and this time error tells us our password is wrong. So now let's change wrong password to the correct password. And now let's click on sign in. As you can see, we were redirected to the root page, and this means that sign in is working very well, and authentication of application is complete. And this is so great, and congratulations for this one. Let's check our roadmap. As you can see, implementing of domain layer and data layer for authentication, and also service locator and using use cases finished. And now we can take these 4 steps. As you can see, in the next step, we are going to work with FireStorage and Cloud FireStore. In the first step, we are going to upload some music or songs to the FireStorage. Imagine this is our server and we are going to upload some music or songs. Then we are going to fetch music using, for example, API. So this is like server and API. So open Firebase console and go to the build section, and here let's go to the storage. Here click on get started, and here click on next and done button. Great. Now by clicking upload file, we can upload our songs or anything else. But before that, let's create a new folder called songs. Now inside this, let's upload our files. Great. Now let's back to the root of the storage and create a new folder called covers. Inside this, we are going to upload covers of music. So here, by clicking on upload file and open covers folder and select covers of music. Now I wanna open one of these images to test. So I'm going to open, for example, first image. By clicking on open, we can open our image. Great. In URL, as you can see, we have token. We have to remove this token from our URL because we can't provide or generate token for every users. So here I'm going to remove this token and enter. As you can see, we don't have permission for open image. So we need to fix this problem. Let's back to the storage. Here in rules, here we have to edit this rule. To do this, we can set true for read and set false for write. So copy this line of code and paste it here, and here set read to true and set write to false. Great. And now click on publish. Great. Now let's back to the image and refresh this URL. As you can see, the image is displayed and we don't have any problem. And we don't need to add the token to the end of the URL. So this is so great and we don't have any problem here. Okay. Uploading songs and covers to FireStorage finished, and we can take these two steps. In the next step, we are going to use Cloud FireStore and create collections for songs, users, and others. So let's back to the Firebase console and click on build, and here let's go to the FireStore database. Here click on create database. Click on next and create. Great, this is our database and we can create collection by click on start collection here. Okay, in collection ID, we are going to set our collection name. The first collection I want to create is songs. So here I'm going to enter songs and click on next. And here we have to add our songs to database. I mean by songs is a detail of songs, for example, title, artist name, release date, duration, or anything else. So here we had to add our records. I mean by records is document. So here we have to enter ID for our document. We can use auto ID. This is better way. Great. And here we have to enter our field. For example, we can enter title, artist name, and others. So here, let's add title, and the value of this should be equal to a name of song. The first song I wanna add to our songs collection is this one. And the name of this song is Lovely. So here we can add Lovely, and the next field we can add artist name. Great. And the artist name should be equal to this one. And the next field can be the duration of song. So here I'm going to enter duration, and type of this should be equal to number. And let's open this song and see the duration of this. Okay. For the last field, we can enter release date, and type of this should be equal to timestamp. And here we have to select date. I'm going to select today. It doesn't matter. And finally, click on save. Great. Okay, as you can see, we have a document here, and detail of document is this, and this is like JSON format, and we will show this detail in the application. Great. I added rest of the songs to collection and it's finished. In the next step, I want to create user collection, but we shouldn't create this collection manually and from this dashboard. And we are going to create this collection and add user to the collection from application in the register step. So let's back to the editor. Okay, the first step, we have to add a cloud FireStore to our dependencies. So here, let's add cloud FireStore. Great. Cloud FireStore is added. Now, let's back to the data layer and sources. Here in Signup, we can create user collection and add user to the collection. So here, after create user with email and password, we can store user credential data in FireStore. So return type of this method is user credential. So here we can put data in variable, something like data. Okay, and here we can use Firebase FireStore.instance and create collection called users, and using add method to add document and user data. And here we have to pass something like map. The key of map should be equal to name of field, and value of map should be equal to user data. So here the name of field should be equal, for example, name, and the value of this should be equal to data dot user dot display name. Great. The next field should be email of user. Now let's sign up and see the result. Okay, as you can see, we have an exception here, and this exception tells us we don't have permission to add collection or add data to the collection. So let's back to the Firebase dashboard. And in FireStore database and in the rules section, so here instead of return false, we have to check if request.authentication not equal to null, execute write and read functions. Okay, now let's publish and try again. Okay, let's back to the editor. Restart application and try again. Okay, we have an error here, and this error tells us the email address is already in use by another account. Let's change this email to, for example, this one and try again. Great. As you can see, we were redirected to the home page, and this means that a sign up is successful. Now go to the Firebase console and data section. Great. As you can see, we have users collection, and in collection we have document. Great. As you can see, we have sign up with this email, and the value of name is null. Let's fix that. We need to set full name from create user request, which user entered in the full name field in the sign up page. So here we can use create user request and use full name. Great. Now let's restart the application and sign up again and see the result. Great. We were redirected to the home page, and this means that sign up is successful. Now let's back to the dashboard and see the document. Great, this is the last document, and as you can see, everything is fine and we don't have problem. We have email and name which entered by the user. Great. In the our roadmap, we can take this step, create cloud FireStore collections. To finish this project, we have to do these 3 steps. I mean homepage, music player page, and user profile page. The first step is implementing homepage. Great. Let's go to the Figma. We are going to implement homepage, and we can start by implementing this image here. This widget include 2 parts. One part is this card, and another part is this image. So first of all, let's export this card here in the SVG format. Go to the your project folder and in assets and in vectors. And another one is this image. So export this image in PNG format. Go to the assets and images folder. Here, let's call home artist. Great. All right. Now let's back to the editor. In the presentation layer, let's change root to home. Okay. Let's change name of this file from root to home. And now let's change root page to home page. We need also change in other pages. Great. Okay, let's start by implementing app bar. Okay, this is our app bar and it's like sign in or sign up app bar. So I'm going to copy app bar of signing page and paste it here. Let's import our widget for app bar and SVG picture and app vectors. And here we had to remove or hide this back button here. So go to the basic app bar widget. Here we can get a boolean, and by that boolean we can check if for example we want to hide a back button, return null here and in leading, and otherwise we will display this icon button here. So here let's define boolean called, for example, hide back, and default value of this should be equal to false. And here we can check if hide back is true, return for example null, otherwise return this icon button. Great. Now let's back to the home page and here set value for hide back. Great. As you can see, back button is gone and we don't see anything. Great. Let's go ahead and implement this widget here. So here I'm going to define a new widget called home artist card, and here we have to return container. Height of this should be equal to height of this card. And in child, we have to use svg picture dot asset, and here we have to pass path of this card. So let's go to our app vectors management class, and here define a new static const called artist, and pass of this should be equal to this one here. Maybe we have to change home artist to, for example, top card, and here let's change widget name to top card, and here we can pass app vectors dot top card, and here let's call this widget in body, but first of all we have to return single child scroll view in body, and inside this we have to use column for child. In children we can call on top card. Great. Okay, now let's say main axis alignment should equal to center, right? And here return center instead of container. Great. Now I'm going to display this image here, artist image. So here we have to wrap this widget picture to stack. But here we can use image dot set, and here we have to set path of the image. So let's define new static cons in management of app images. We can call, for example, home artist. Okay, and here we can use app images dot home artist. Right. Now let's set alignment for these two widgets. For card, I'm going to set bottom center. And for home artist, I'm going to set great. And let's make this container smaller. And let's replace container with size box. Great. Now we have to make space from right to the home artist image. So we can use padding for this one and set only right. Great. Let's go ahead and implement rest of the design. In the next step, we are going to implement this tab bar and also content of tabs. So let's back to the editor and create a new widget called tab bar, or maybe tabs. Here, let's return tab bar. So we have uh, 4 tabs: news, video, artist, and podcasts. So in tabs, we can return text, now let's put tabs inside column. Okay, we have an exception here, and this error tells us we don't provide a tab controller to the controller property. So here in the beginning of class, let's define tab controller. Length of this should be equal to 4, and here we have to use this, but first of all we have to convert stateless class to stateful, and we have to initialize tab controller in init state. So I'm going to copy this one here and make this tab controller late, and here let's override init state. Great. Now we have to use with keyword here and use single taker provider state mixin. Nice. And now let's set this controller to the controller property. Nice. Now we have to restart application and fix these errors. Nice. As you can see, we have tab bar here, but we have to customize colors of text and others. We need to change color of text to white in dark mode and to black in light mode. Okay. Here we have a property called label color. Here we can check if context dot is dark mode is equal to true. Here we have to return colors dot white. Otherwise, you have to return colors dot black. All right. Now we have to make space between card and this tab bar here. We can use padding property and set padding from right and left and right side, and also top. To do this, we can use this one, symmetric, and set vertical and horizontal. Great. And to fix this problem, we can set is scrollable to true. Great. And we also have to change indicator color to our primary color. So here, let's set indicator color to app colors.primary. Great. And we also have to increase weight of text. Great. And also increase size of font. And let's add const here and here. Implementing of tab bar finished, and now we can start working on content of tabs. Actually, here we just have content for news and for video artists or podcasts. We don't have any design, and we just implement content of news tab. So, okay, let's close these tabs here. And here, let's go to the domain, and in entities, let's create a new folder called song. And inside here, let's create a new file called song. Okay, here we are going to create song entity. In song entity, we have fields which are defined in the FireStore. I mean, these fields: artist, duration, release date, and title. So here we have to define a string for title, artist, and also duration should be number, and release date should be timestamp. Okay, and let's create constructor for this class. Go ahead and create a song model. Song model exactly like song entity. And if you're familiar with clean architecture, we are going to use entity in presentation layer and domain layer, and we are going to use model in data layer. So here, let's create a new folder called song. Inside this, create a new file called song, and here, instead of entity, we have to enter model. Okay. And in model, Usually we have two methods called from JSON and to JSON. Here we just need to create two JSON, from JSON method. So here, let's create this method, which takes JSON in map format. Actually, to fix this error, we have to remove final for variables. To fix this error, we must make variables nullable. Great. Okay, now let's go to the domain layer and repository folder, and here create a new folder called song, and inside this create a new file called song. Here we are going to define abstract class for song called songs repository. For now, here we just have one method called get news songs, which return type is either. Okay, now let's go to the data layer and sources folder. Here, let's create a new folder called songs, and inside this one, let's create a new file called song. Okay, and here, exactly like authentication Firebase series class, first of all, we have to create abstract class, then we are going to implement that class. This is dependency inversion principle, and we must respect it. So here, let's create abstract class called song. For example, service, or maybe we can call Firebase service. And here, for now, we just have one method, which return type is either called get news songs. Now here, we are going to implement this class. Let's override get news songs method. Okay, go ahead and fetch documents of songs collection. To do this, first of all, let's define a variable called data, and let's use Firebase FireStore.instance.collection called songs. Then let's use order by because I wanna fetch last 3 document based release date. So here we have to pass release date, and also we have to set descending to true and use get, and finally use limit, or maybe first of all we have to use limit, which should be 3, and finally get data. And here let's add async. Okay, return type of this method is query snapshot, but we will return a list of song entity in the right of either. So first of all, I'm going to define list of song entity. Now here we can access a list of documents by using data.docs, and here we have a list of documents, and we need to use loop and access every single document in songs. So here let's using for each or for. We have to convert for each to for. Great. Now here we can access data of collection by using element dot data. This method returns us detail of or data of this document. So return type of data is map, actually is in JSON format, and we have to parse JSON and convert it to the Dart object. I mean by Dart object is a song model. So what exactly should we do? The first step is parse data and convert it to the song model. So here let's define variable called song model, and here let's using song model dot from JSON and pass element dot data. So here we have our song model. In the next step, we have to convert this song model to the song entity and then add in songs list. Okay. To do this, we have to define a method in song model which we can convert a song model to song entity. So let's go to the song model. Here I'm going to write an extension to convert song model to song entity. Okay, here let's use extension keyword called song model x and song model. Now here we have to return song entity. Great. Now let's back to the Song Firebase service implementation, and here let's convert song model to song entity and add in songs list. So let's using add method, and here we can use song model dot to entity. Great. Okay, and we can put this operation inside try catch, and in try we can return right of either, and in catch we can return left of either. Okay. And in catch we can return left, and in left we can return a message, for example something like this: an error occurred, please try again. Something like this, it doesn't matter. Okay. Implementing of get new songs finished, and actually we are finished in the song Firebase series. Now we have go to the repository of song. So in repository we have to create a new folder called song, and inside this let's create a new file called song repository implementation. Okay, and here let's create a new class called song repository implementation, which extends song repository. Here we have to override get new songs, and here you have to return sl dot song Firebase service and return get news method. But first of all, let's import service locator. Actually, this method is future, so we have to use await and async keywords. Great. Now repository and sources, and also repository domain layer are finished, and the last thing we have to do is implement or create use case to get news songs. So, but first of all, let's change this name of file to song FireStore, or maybe Firebase service. It was my fault. Okay. Now let's go to the use cases folder, and here create a new folder called song, and inside this let's create a new file called get news songs. Okay, this is exactly like sign in or sign up use case that we implemented. In order not to waste our time, I'm going to copy one of them and paste here and change sign up use case to get new songs use case. And here we don't need to pass anything. So here we can set dynamic and let's override again. Okay. And here we have to return song repository. Get news song. Nice. And in the last step, we have to register a use case, a repository, and the Firebase service in service locator. So here, let's copy this one and paste here and change authentication Firebase service to song Firebase service, and also implementing of song Firebase service. And here let's copy authentication repository and change to song repository. Great. And finally, let's register use case, which should be get news songs use case. Okay, implementing our logic of get new songs finished, and now we can use get new songs use case and fetch last news songs. Okay, now we can go to the working on presentation and display news content and display songs. Okay, let's close these tabs. In the home folder, let's create a new folder called Bloc. As you know, we are going to use a Bloc for state management. Because of that, I created a new folder called Bloc. Also, we need to create a new folder called widgets, because I wanna create a content of news in widgets folder and in another widget, and then call in a home page and in content of news. Okay, but first of all, let's create our Bloc. In Bloc folder, let's create a new file called news songs qubit. As you know, we need to create another file called news songs state. Great. As you probably know, and as you may have worked with Bloc before, in this file we are going to create our state. And to do this, first of all, we have to create an abstract class called news songs state, and other classes should extend this class. So the first state is loading. So here create a new class called songs loading, news songs loading, which extends news songs state. And the second one is news songs loaded, in this state we have to pass a list of song entity that we fetch from FireStore. So here let's define a list of song entity and also create constructor of this class. Okay. And the last state is news songs load failure. Okay, now let's go to the news songs qubit file and here create our qubit. So I'm going to define a new class called news songs qubit, which, as you know, extends qubit. And here we have to specify a news songs state. Let's import Bloc. Okay. So in this qubit, we have just one method called getNewSongs. So I'm going to define this method. Now here we can call a getNewSongs use case. But first of all, let's define variable called returned songs. Now let's using a series locator and call get new songs use case and call method. Okay, the return type of this is either. So here we can use return songs.fold. On the left side we can emit news songs load failure, and on the right side we can emit news songs loaded and pass data to songs property. Actually data here is right, so I'm going to change right to data and pass here. Last thing we need to do here is set new songs loading for initial state. So here we can use super and set news songs loading. Nice. Implementing our new songs qubit finished, and now we can move on to the presentation layer. I mean widgets, and create content of news and use new songs qubit and display songs. So in the widgets folder, let's create a new file called news songs. And here, let's create a new stateless class named news songs. Let's import material. Now here, first of all, let's inject new songs qubit using Bloc provider. Great. And in child, but first of all, let's see the design. Okay, this is our design, and as you can see, we have a list view here, horizontal list view. Okay. In child, first of all, let's put sized box with, for example, 208. And in child, let's use list view separated. We forgot one thing, and that is use block builder in top of list view. So here, first of all, let's use block builder, which should be news songs qubit and news songs state. And in builder, let's check if state is new songs loading, return circular progress indicator. Otherwise, if state new songs loaded, return this list view separated. To make code cleaner, let's define a new widget and return this list view dot separated. So here let's define a new widget called songs and return this list view. Now in new songs loaded state, return songs. Okay. And in default, return container. Great. Item builder. Let's return column. And in separated builder, let's return sized box, which without size box should be equal to 14. Okay, and also we have to set direction of scroll to horizontal. We can do this by setting scroll direction to axis horizontal. Okay, and for item count, a value of this should be equal to length of songs entity. To access length of song entity, we have to pass list of song entity to the songs widget. And now in item count, we can use song dot length, and here you can access list of songs entity by using state dot songs. Okay. Okay, now let's display a new songs widget in content of news tabs. To do this, let's go to the home page, and here we have to use tab bar view widget. And here we have to pass list of widget to children. And also we have to set controller. In children, the first child should be a new songs widget. And the rest of the children can be a container, because we don't have any design for videos, artists, and podcasts. Because of that, we just have content for news tab. Okay. To fix this problem, we just wrap tab bar view inside sized box and set height for sized box, for example, something like this. Now let's restart application. To fix this problem, we just need to wrap a circular progress indicator inside container and then set alignment to center. So here let's wrap circular progress indicator to container and set alignment to center. Great. We forgot one thing, and that is called get news songs when the widget is rendered. To do this, we can call get news like this. Let's restart the application and see the result. As you can see, state of new songs qubit is changed, and it's convert from new songs loading to new songs loaded. But because we don't put anything in column or return anything here, we can't see anything in content of news. Okay, now first of all, we have to display image, actually cover of song. Here, first of all, let's wrap column inside sized box and set width for each uh, item. Okay, and here to display image we can use a container, and in decoration we can use box decoration, and inside this let's using image and the decoration image. Here we have to use network image. Okay, now here we have to pass URL of image. So let's go to the Firebase dashboard. Let's go to the storage and let's open one of the images, for example this one. Okay, this is a URL of this image, and as you can see this part of URL is constant, and we just need to pass this part of URL to the this URL and display image. So, and also let's remove token. Okay, and also this part of URL is constant. So let's define const parts in for example const management class, const variables management class. In configs, let's create a new folder called constants, and inside here let's create a new file called app URLs. Here let's create a new class called app URLs, and here let's define a new static const called FireStorage. Okay, and another one is this one, alt equal media. And as you can see, the name of image includes two parts. One part is artist name, and the second part is name of song. So we can use song title and the artist name to generate name of image. Okay, let's back to the project. So here, first part of URL of image should be API URLs.FireStorage. Then we should use artist of song, name of artist. Then we have to use space dash space, and then we should use name of song. Then we should use format of image. And last part of URL of image should be API URLs, app URLs, dot media alt. Okay, we have an exception here. Let's check the URL. Okay, it's my fault. Here we have to use title. Now you start the application and see the result. Images are loaded, but the reason of that we can't see the images is here we have to use expanded. So let's wrap container inside expanded widget. Great. And let's use width property and set box width dot cover. Great. We have to set radius for images. So here in decoration, box decoration, let's use border radius and set border radius dot circular to 16. All right. Or maybe we can set 13. Great. Let's go ahead and implement rest of the design. Okay, now we have to display name of the song. So here, let's make space between image and name of the song using sized box. Okay. We have to set cross axis alignment to start, right? And also font weight should be equal to bold. And also let's increase font size. Okay. And in the next step, we have to display name of the artist. So I'm going to copy this part of code and paste here. Okay. Great. Amazing. And the last thing we have to do is display something like this. It is like a player button. So we have to display this button on the bottom right of container. Okay. Here in child of container, let's use alignment widget and set alignment to bottom right. Then in child of alignment, let's use container with 40 height and 40 width. And let's set shape of this container to circle. And color of this should be equal to gray or dark gray. Great. Now we have to move a container to down and right. To do this, we can use transform property and use matrix for dot translation values. X should be equal to 10 and Y should be equal to 10 and Z should be 0. Great. And inside container, we have to display something like this, player icon. So in child, let's use icon. I think this one is good. Okay. And color of this should be equal to this one. But we have to check if theme of application is light. The color of container should be equal to this one. So here, let's check by using context is dark mode. And also we have to check color of icon. If current theme of application is light mode, we have to display an icon with this color. So here, let's check by context is dark mode. And let's add const. Great. Implementing content of news tabs finished, and everything is fine and we don't have any problem. In the next step, we are going to implement playlists. Actually, this is not playlist, and we don't have any design for playlist or logic. And here we just need to display last song based release date. So let's back to the editor. So go ahead and let's create a new method in repository of song. Here, let's create a new method called get playlist. Again, I want to say we don't have any playlist in application, or we don't have any design and logic for playlist. This is hypothetical, and we just fetch all songs from FireStore and then display here. So this is hypothetical, and we don't have any playlist in application. Okay, let's go to the implementation of song repository, and here override this method. Great. Now let's go to the sources folder, and in song, here we have to create a new method called get playlist. And let's override this method in the implementation of song Firebase service. Here again, we can use a Firebase FireStore and fetch all songs from songs collection. It is like exactly get new songs. So I'm going to copy this code here and paste here. We just need to remove limit. Great. Now let's go to the use cases folder and create use case for this one. So here, let's create a new file called get playlist. Before implementing this one, let's go to the implementation of song repository and call get playlist from song Firebase service. Okay, now let's back to the get playlist use case. This is exactly like get news songs use case. So I'm going to copy this one here and then paste here and just change get news songs to get playlist. And here instead of call get new songs, we just need to call get playlist. Great. Now let's go to the service locator and register get playlist use case. Okay, go ahead and let's working on presentation and display playlist. In widgets folder, let's create a new file called playlist. Here, let's create a new stateless class. Let's import material. Okay. To display this, um, again, we can use Bloc. So let's create a new qubit called playlist qubit and another file called playlist state. This is exactly like new songs state. So I'm going to copy this one and paste here and let's change name of class to playlist state and new songs change to playlist. Okay, and also let's copy qubit and paste here and change new songs qubit to playlist qubit and change state. Great. Implementing of playlist qubit finished, and now we can use this qubit and manage state of playlist. So here, exactly like new songs, first of all, we have to inject a playlist qubit using Bloc provider. So let's copy this one here and paste here. Let's import Bloc and playlist qubit. And also here, instead of using get new songs, we have to call get playlist. And in child, we have to use block builder. And here, let's return widget. But first of all, we have to check if playlist if state is equal to playlist loading, return container with alignment to center, and in child of container, return circular progress indicator, exactly like content of news tabs. Otherwise, if state is equal to playlist loaded, return list of songs. We will implement a list of songs later in separated widget. Return container in default. Okay, now here let's create widget for list of songs. This is our design. First of all, we have to use a column and display playlist text and see more text. Then we are going to display a list of songs. So here we have to return column, and in child let's put raw. Main axis alignment should be equal to space between. Here let's put text, and in other hand let's put see more. Okay, and here first of all we have to pass list of songs to songs widget. Let's import song entity. For now, here let's return container because I wanna test playlist and see more and display it in home page. So for now, here return container. Okay, now let's back to the home page, and after tab bar view, let's make space. And here let's put playlist. And let's restart the application and see the result. Okay, great. So as you can see, we have to make a space from right and left. So let's back to the playlist, and here we can put container inside padding and use symmetric and set vertical and horizontal. Okay, we can remove this size box here. Okay. Uh, Weight of playlist should be bold. So here in style, let's set font weight to bold and also increase font size. Okay. And for see more, we have to set font weight to example W400 and also decrease font size to 12 and maybe to 10. All right. And color of see more should be equal to this one. Okay, great. Now let's working on songs widget and display list of songs. So here we can return this view dot separated. Item count should be equal to songs dot length. In separated, we can return sized box and set height for sized box to make space between items. Okay, let's go ahead and see the design. Okay, this is design of items. So we can use two rows, one of them for this one and one of them for this one. Okay, let's back to the editor. Here, first of all, let's return row. Main axis alignment should be space between. Inside this, again, let's return another one. And here, first of all, let's create this container. Shape of this should be equal to circle. And color of this should be equal to this one. And in the light theme should be equal to this one. So here let's copy color for light theme, and here let's check by this dark mode color should be equal to dark gray, otherwise should be equal to this one. Okay, to see result, let's put songs in widget tree. To fix this error, we can set shrink wrap to true inside list view. Now let's restart the application and see the result. As you can see, the error is gone and we don't have any problem. And now we have to make space between playlist text and list view. So here we can use sized box. Okay. Inside container, we have to display a play icon. So here in child, we can use icon. Color of icon in light theme should be equal to this one. So here, let's check. In dark mode, color of icon is this one. So here, let's put this one, and otherwise in light theme should be equal to this one. Okay. We need to increase space between items. So here in separator builder, let's increase 10 to 15 or maybe 20. I think this is better than previous. So now we have to display a name of song and artist. So here after container, let's make space. And here we have to use column because we want display a name of song and name of artist. Weight should be equal to bold. And let's increase font size. Okay. And now let's display name of artist. First of all, let's make a space and then copy this part of code and paste here and change title to artist and change bold to W400. Okay, and let's set cross access alignment to start. All right. Great. Let's go ahead and implement rest of the design. Okay, let's display duration of songs and also like button. So here let's put another row. Okay, here we have to replace dot with column. So here we can use replace all method and from dot to column. Great. In the next step, we have to display this like button. Okay, after text, let's make space, horizontal space using sized box and set width. And here we can use icon button. Maybe this favorite, yes. Okay. And color of like button should be equal to, I think we have this color in our app colors management. Great. We will implement the logic of favorite songs later. Okay, implementing our homepage almost finished, and now we can go to the implement next page. The next page is a music page and the song player. So in presentation layer, let's create a new folder called for example song player. Inside this, let's create a new folder called pages and create another one called Bloc. In pages, let's create a new file called song player. Inside this, let's create a new stateless class called song player page. Let's import material, and here Instead of returning container, we have to return scaffold. Okay. Now, when user clicks on a song, for example, new songs or in playlist, we have to redirect user to the song player page. So let's go to the home page. Here in tabs and in news songs and in songs widget, let's wrap a sized block inside gesture detector. Now inside on tab, we can use navigator dot push. Now in route, let's use material page route. And here, return a song player page. Okay. Okay, let's copy this part of code and do exactly for playlist items. So here, let's wrap raw inside the gesture detector and paste here and import song player page. Great. Now, if I click on news songs or playlist items, we will redirect to the uh, song player page. So as you can see, we were redirected to the song player page and we don't have any problem. Okay. Now in song player page, first of all, let's implement an app bar. To do this, we can use our basic app bar and set title for this one. For this one, we can use text and set now playing. Okay. Let's set style for now playing. Let's make smaller. Great. And let's add const. Okay. And in right side, we have to display this menu. So let's go to the basic app bar widget. Here we have to define something like title for action bar. I think this is action in app bar widget. Great. So here let's define another widget prompter called, for example, action, and set in constructor. Here we can check action if action is not null, display action, otherwise display empty container. Okay. Now let's back to the song player page, and here in basic app bar widget, let's set action. Here we can pass icon button. For icon, we can use icon widget and set icons, I think more vertical, or rounded, right? Okay, great. Let's add fast. Right. Okay. Let's go ahead and implement next widget. In the next step, we have to display image of song, actually cover of song. So to access URL of song, we have to pass song object to the song player page. So here, let's define now song entity, and also define a constructor of song player page. Okay. Now we have to pass a song object in new songs and playlist. Great. Now here, let's create a new widget named song cover. We can set, for example, um, something like this. Okay. Right. And integration of container, you can use image widget, and here the creation image, and for image, as you know, we have to use network image. Okay. URL of a network image is exactly like URL of image in, for example, songs in a news tab. So here, let's copy this URL and paste here. Okay. Instead of using songs and pass index, we have to use song entity, which we get from a previous page. through constructor of song player page. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and put song cover widget in body of song player page. So here in scaffold, let's use body, and here we have to use single child scroll view, and in child of this let's use column, and in children of column let's put song cover. Okay, we have to restart application. Great. As you can see, the image of song is displayed, and we just need to set fit. Okay, and let's make image smaller. So here can use 2. Okay, and also we have to make space from right, left, and top. So in container, or maybe we can set padding for single child scroll view. Great. And now we have to set border radius for image. So here let's use border radius property. Great. Okay, now let's check design and implement rest of the design. Okay, so here we have to display song of, actually name of song and name of artist, and also like button. So here let's create a new widget named, for example, we can call song detail. And here we have to return raw. We implemented exactly like this in a playlist. I mean here. So I'm going to copy this one here. Okay. And let's put it in body. First of all, let's make space between song cover and song detail. Great. And in the last step, we have to display like button. First of all, let's increase font size of title. Great. And let's set main axis alignment to space between. And finally, let's display like icon button. So I'm going to copy this one here and paste here. Actually, we have to change favorite to outline favorite. Great. And let's make it bigger. Great. And also we have to change icon button in playlist to this one. So I'm going to copy this one here and paste in playlist. Just let's make it smaller. Great. Okay, go ahead and implement rest of the design. In the next step, we are going to implement this slider and duration of a song and also position of song, and also we have to implement play and pause button. We don't implement these buttons because we don't have any logic for this one, and we are going to just implement this play or pause button. Okay, to implement this slider, we can use Bloc because we need to update state every second of song, so that we have to update our UI, and to do this we can use Bloc. So in the Bloc folder, let's create a new file called song player qubit, and another file called song player state. Okay, here let's create abstract class called song player state. We have three states. One of them is loading, and one of them is loaded, and another one is failure. So here let's create these three states. And the last one should be failure. Okay. Now we can go to the song player qubit and working on a qubit. To play audio, we are going to use just audio library. So let's go to the pubspec file and add just audio library. Okay, great. Now let's go to the song player qubit, and here let's implement our qubit. Here, let's create a new class called song player qubit, which extends qubit, and here we have to set our state, I mean song player state. Now in constructor, we have to set initial state, I mean in super. For initial state, we can use song player loading. Great. So here, first of all, let's create an instance of audio player. Right? For now, here we have two methods. One of them is for loading song, and one of them is for play or pause a song. So let's create these two methods. Here, let's create future method called song, or maybe load song. Okay. In this method, we have to get URL of song. So here we have to define URL as input of load song method. Then let's put try catch. Here we can use await, then use audio player. And use, I think, load, or maybe we have to use set URL. Great. And then we can use emit and change state to audio song player loaded. And in catch, we can emit song player failure. Great. Go ahead and create second method. The second method is play or pause song. So here let's create another future method called play or pause song. Here we have to check if song is playing. We call a pause method, and otherwise we call play method. So here let's check if audio player dot playing is true. Let's pause song by using audio player dot stop method. Otherwise, play song. Great. And finally, update state by emit song play loaded. Okay. Here we can use just void method and not use future. Okay. Now, to display duration of song and current position of song, and also display progress of slider, we need to define two variable type of duration and update that variables. So here let's define duration variable called song duration with initial value of 0, and another one called song position with initial value of 0. Okay. In order to update value of these two variables, we have to use a stream and listen to the current value of song, actually duration of song and position of song. So we can do this in constructor of song player qubit. Here, but first of all, we have to move audio player and song duration and song position to top. Now here we can use audio player dot position stream dot listen. This event is current position, value of current position, which is duration type. And for duration of song, we can use a duration string to get a duration of the song. This is exactly like position string. So here we can set a value of song position, sorry, song duration to duration, and here in position string also we can use this position and update value of song position, but here also we need to update UI. So it is better to create another method and call inside of listen method. So here let's create a new method called update song player. Now here we just need to emit audio song player loaded. This method will update our UI when the song is playing. So let's call this method in position string. And also here we have to update value of song duration, song position. Great. Implementing song player qubit finished, and now we can use this qubit, but first of all let's dispose audio player when block close. So here let's override close method. and return super.close. Great. Now we can use song player qubit in our UI. So let's go to the presentation layer. Okay. Here, first of all, we have to use Bloc provider to inject song player qubit to our widget tree. So here, let's use Bloc provider. And call load song. Here we have to pass URL of song. Let's go to the app URLs management class. This URL is for covers. We need to create another one actually for songs. So I'm going to copy this one, and here we can call song FireStorage, and for this one we can set, for example, cover FireStorage, and here we have to change FireStorage to cover FireStorage to display an image of song. URL of a song is exactly like a URL of cover of song, so I'm going to copy this one and just change base URL. And instead of using JPG, we have to use MP3. Okay. Okay, now to display slider and duration or this button, let's create a new widget and then put it in a column. So here, let's create a new widget called song player. Here we have to return block builder, update state. Here we can check if state is song player loading, return circular progress indicator, and if state is song play loaded, return column, and in default return container. Okay, now inside column, first of all, in children, we have to return slider. Value of slider should be equal to value of position. So here we can use context.read and pass sound player qubit and then access position. Okay, and value of mean property should be equal to 0, and max should be equal to duration of song, total duration of song. So I'm going to copy this one and just change song position to song duration. Okay, great. Now let's put song player in widget 3. But first of all, let's make space. Now let's restart the application. Okay, as you can see, slider is displayed, but we have problem. Let's check debug console. URL shows this error. So let's check base URL. Okay, it's my fault here. We have to set songs instead of covers. Okay, now again, let's restart the application. Okay, great. As you can see, we don't have any problem and the slider is displayed. Let's move on to display position and duration. So here, let's make a space. And here we have to use raw. Okay, and let's set main axis alignment to space between. Here, first of all, let's display position. To do this, first of all, let's create a method to format a position of actually duration of position in minute and second format. So here, let's create a string method called format duration, which takes duration. Now here, let's extract a minute. And also seconds. And finally return minutes to string at left. And put a colon between minutes and seconds. Now let's use this method here. Okay, here we have to pass a position of song. To access this, we can use context.read, exactly like this one. All right. Actually, this is wrong. Here we have to set to 0 instead of empty string. Great. Let's do this exactly for duration of song. Here, let's change song position to song duration. Okay. Now let's implement play or pause button. Here, let's make space. To do this, we can use container, set 45 for height and width. And in box decoration, we have to set shape to box shape.circle, and color should be equal to app colors primary. And in child, we can use icons. Here we have to check if a song is playing, display pause icon, otherwise display play icon. So here we can check by audio player dot playing, display icons dot pause, otherwise display play. Okay. Let's increase height and width of container to 60. Great. And finally, let's wrap container inside guest rate detector to be able to click on a container. And here we have to call a play or pause method. Great. Now let's click on play or pause button and see the result. This is so great. Can you hear song? We made it. This is amazing. Great. As you can see, we can play or pause song and we don't have any problem, and our song player is working very well. Great, congratulations. Now I want to implement logic of favorite songs. To do this, we have to create use case for add to favorite or remove from favorite songs. So let's go to the repository of song. Here, let's create a new method called add or remove favorite song. Okay. Now let's override this method in implementing our song repository. Now let's go to the sources folder, and here let's create again a new method. And again, let's override this method in implementing our song Firebase service. So here we need to use a Firebase FireStorage and add to favorite songs or remove it from favorite songs. Okay, let's move on Firebase dashboard. Here, every document of users collection, I mean every user in users document, users collection, has another sub-collection called favorite. So let's implement this in our application. Here, first of all, let's create an instance of Firebase FireStore. And also, we need to define an instance of Firebase Authentication. Okay. I want to use Firebase Authentication and get user ID, which we have signed up, and then through user ID, I want to get user document from users collection and then access favorite songs of that user. To do this, we have to make some changes in users documents. We have to set user ID for ID of document. So let's go to the authentication Firebase service implementing, and here okay, here we can create document with custom ID. To do this, we can use a doc method after collection and set user ID. We can use data and get user and ID of user, and then instead of using add, we can use set method. Okay, great. Now let's back to the implementing our song Firebase service class. Now here, with help of Firebase authentication, we get a data of user which we sign up or sign in. To do this, we can use current user. Great. All right, and get user ID. Great. Now we can use Firebase FireStore and go to the users collection, and here get document by user ID, and then get favorite collection, Now, we have all the users' favorite songs, but we don't want all of them. We want to see if a song is in favorites collection or not. To check this, we can use where and check by song ID and use is equal to. Here we have to set a song ID. So we have to pass ID of song to add or remove favorite song. So let's go to the repository of song, and here pass song ID, and also in implementing of song repository, and also in service class. Great. Okay, and then use get method. The return type of this is query snapshot. So let's put result of this in variable. Now, here we have to check if there is a song with this song ID in collection of favorites or not. So here we can check by using favorite songs dot docs is not empty. This means that we have a song with this song ID in favorites collection. So in this situation, we have to remove song in favorites collection, and otherwise, in else, we have to add that song in favorites collection. Okay. To remove, we can use delete method like this. Great. And here we have to add a song in favorites collection. To do this, we can use add method like this. First of all, we have to get users collection, and then with this ID of document, and then get favorites collection, and finally add document. Great. Finally, let's return error to fix this error. First of all, let's put try catch. As you know, in catch, we have to return left with, for example, this message. Okay. And here we write, I'm going to return boolean. This boolean can be true or false. When we delete, we return false, and when we add to collection, we return true. So here, let's define late variable. Let's define late variable called is favorite, and here let's set false, and here let's set true, and finally return right with this is favorite. Okay, great. And also I wanna create another method. With help of that method, we check if one song is favorite or not. So implementing of that method is exactly like this one. So in repository, let's create another method which return boolean called is favorite song, and in Firebase service class, let's create another method and let's override. As I said, it is exactly like add or remove favorite song. So I'm going to copy this one. In catch, we return false. And here we don't need to delete, and we just need to return false, actually true. This means that this song is in favorite collection, and here we just need to return false. And this means that this song is not in favorite collection. Okay. Now let's back to the implementation of song repository and call these two methods. Okay. Now let's move on use cases folder and create use case for these two methods. I'm going to copy one of these use cases and paste here and just change name of use case to add or remove favorite song. Okay. Here we have to pass a string. This string is ID of song. Let's override method. And here Let's call song repository. Great. And let's do this for check if one song is favorite or not. And instead of return either, here we have to return boolean, because return type of is favorite song is boolean. And here instead of call add or remove favorite song, we have to call is favorite song. Great. And in the last step, let's register these use cases in service locator. Okay, now we can use these two use cases for add or remove favorite song, or check if one song is favorite or not. In the first step, I'm going to check if one song is favorite or not. We can do this when we want to fetch new songs or playlist. Okay. To do this, first of all, let's make some changes in our entity and model. Okay. In entity, let's define a new variable type of boolean called is favorite. Great. And also we have to define in a model, song model. Great. Now let's go to the implementation of Firebase Firebase service, and here in get new songs and also in get playlist we have to set value for its favorite variable. Now here we can check this song is favorite or not by calling its favorite use case. So here let's put variable called its favorite and then call its favorite song use case. Here in params, we have to set ID of document, a song document. To access ID of document, we can use element.reference.id. Great. Now we can set a value of its favorite in song model to this one. Okay. Great. Now I'm gonna add another field to our model and entity, and that field is ID of song. Actually, ID of document. We will need this field later. So let's go to the entity and model. Here, let's add string called song ID. And also let's add in model okay. Now in service class, we have to set song model dot song ID to this one, ID of document. Okay, great. We should do exactly this one in get playlist. So I'm going to copy this part of code and paste here. Okay, great. Now I'm going to sign up again because we made some changes in sign up. Okay, nice. Now we can check if one song is favorite. Display field type of this icon, and otherwise display this type. I mean outline. Okay. Now let's back to the presentation home page. Here in playlist widget, here we can check songs dot is favorite, display icons dot favorite, otherwise display outline. Okay, great. Now let's working on a presentation of favorite button. We have to display a favorite icon, field type of favorite icon. When one song is favorite, I mean added to favorite collection, and otherwise we will display outline type of favorite button. So to do this, we can use Bloc to manage state of favorite button. I'm going to create a Bloc folder in a common because we will use this block in playlist and also in music player. So it is better to create a common or a global block. Okay. Here let's create a new folder called favorite button. And inside this, let's create a new file called favorite button qubit, and another one favorite button state. Okay, now here let's create a abstract class. We have two states. One state is initial and another one is a favorite button updated. Great, now let's back to the favorite button qubit file and here create our qubit. Let's set initial state. Okay. Here we have one method called favorite button updated, which takes a song ID. Now here we can use add or remove favorite song use case. So here let's use service locator and call add or remove favorite song use case. And in params we have to set song ID. Okay. The return type of this is header, so we can use fold method. We don't need to do anything in left side, and in right side, as you remember, we return a boolean in right side. So here we can emit favorite button updated, and also we have to pass a boolean to the favorite button updated state. So here let's define boolean called isFavorite. Now here we can pass isFavorite Okay, great. Now let's back to the presentation and use favorite button qubit. I want to make a favorite button as a component because we will use this button also in a music player page. So it is better to make a component and just call this component in this page or in playlist. Great. To do this, let's go to the common folder and in widgets, let's create another folder called favorite button. Inside this, let's create a new file. Now here, let's find stateless class. Okay, here we have to use block provider. And inject a favorite button qubit. And in child, we have to use block builder. Okay, builder. First of all, we have to check if state is favorite button initial, return this one. And also we have to pass a song entity to favorite button. So here let's define song entity. And also define a constructor of favorite button. Okay, now here we can check song entity is favorite, display a favorite icon, and otherwise display outline of favorite button, favorite icon. So and also we have to check if state is favorite button updated. Now here we can check by state is favorite, display this icon, and otherwise display this icon. Okay, and in default return container. Great. And also we have to call update favorite button method when we click on a button. To do this, we can use context dot read sorry. And here we have to pass a song ID. Great. Now let's call this widget in playlist instead of this one. And pass object of song entity. Great. Now let's click on a favorite button and see the result. As you can see, the state of favorite button is changed, and is changed from outline to fill type of icon, and this means that this song is added to the favorite collection. So let's go to the Firebase dashboard and see the result. As you can see, favorites collection is created for this user, and when click on this favorites, we will have one document, and when click on this one, we will see the detail of song ID and added date. Okay, so this is great, and favorites collection is working very well, and we can add or remove from favorites collection. And if I click again on favorite button, we will see that the state of this change, and here we will see that this song is removed from favorites collection. So this is great, and we don't have any problem, and our favorite button is working very well. Great. Now let's call this component in music player page. Let's import favorite button widget. And here we have to pass some entity. Great. And let's click on favorite button and see the result. Great, as you can see, this working very well as well, and we don't have any problem in favorite button. Okay. Implementing our homepage and music player page finished, and now we can move on to the user profile page. We only have one step to finish this project, and that is implementing our user profile page. So let's do this. Let's close these tabs. Okay. In presentation, let's create a new folder called profile. Inside this, let's create a new folder called pages. And inside this, create a new file called profile. Here, let's create new stateless class. And let's return scaffold. Okay. To redirect user to the profile page, we can display an icon in action of app bar, and when click on, we can redirect user to this page. So in home page and in app bar, let's use action widget, and here let's return icon button. In on-press, we have to use navigator. Okay, and in icon, we can use, I think, person. Great. Great. As you can see, when we click on person icon, we redirect to the profile page. Okay. Now let's back to the profile page and see the design. Okay. This is the design for profile page, and as you can see, we have two parts. The first part is about user profile. Here we are going to display some data from user profile, and in the second part we are going to display user's favorite songs. A public playlist here is wrong, and this will be changed to user's favorite songs. Okay. Here, first of all, let's display an app bar. We can use our basic app bar widget and set title to profile. Okay. Now in body, let's set column. Now for this part, I'm going to create a separate widget. So here, let's define a new widget called, for example, profile info. Here, let's return container. with height of for example this one. Okay, decoration. We have to set color in dark mode to this one, and in light mode to white. Okay, and also we have to set radius for bottom right and bottom left. Great, and let's put profile info inside column. Okay, I think we used a wrong color for this container, so let's check from Figma. Okay, let's copy this one, and instead of using dark gray, let's use this color. Okay, and also we have to change a color of app bar, so let's go to the basic app bar widget and here define a new variable type of color called background, and also define in constructor. And here we can check if background color is not null, set background color, and otherwise set transparent. Okay, now in profile we can pass background color and set this one. Okay, let's make it smaller. Great. Now we have to display a profile image, email, and also full name. We don't have any logic for following and followers, so we will not display these numbers. Okay, now let's move on to the authentication repository of authentication. Here let's create a new method called getUser. And let's overwrite in implementing, and also we need to create in data layer and in source folder. So here let's create getUser method, and let's overwrite in implementing. Okay, now first of all let's create an instance of Firebase Authentication and also Firebase FireStore. And now we have to get a user from users collection with a user ID. So here can use Firebase FireStore.collection users dot where, and here actually dot with Firebase Authentication, print user and user ID. Okay, and finally get return type of this is a document snapshot. So here can use variable called, for example, user. Now here let's create an instance of user model. I think we don't have created any model for user, and we just created user entities. So let's to the entities. Okay, here let's copy this one, and in model and in authentication folder, let's create a new model called user.dart, and here change entity to model. Okay, we don't need to user ID, so I'm going to remove this field. And also we have to define a field for a profile image. So here let's define string called image URL. And here like a song model, we have to create a from JSON method. So here I'm going to copy from JSON of song model and paste here. A full name field in FireStore database is a name, and email is email. Okay, we don't get a image URL from FireStore, and we will get image URL from Firebase Authentication. And also we need to create an extension for convert user model to user entity. So I'm going to copy this one from song model and paste here, and just change song model to user model. Okay, let's go to the user entity and make some changes. We don't need to user ID, and also we have to define image URL field. Okay, now let's back to the authentication Firebase service class, and here first of all let's create an instance of user model. and use a from JSON method and the pass user. Here we have to use arrayed because get method is future, and here pass user data. Okay, and for profile image we can use Firebase Authentication, get current user, and get photo URL. But we have to check if a photo URL is null, set default image. For this one, I'm going to display this image for null photo URL. So here, let's define in our app URLs. Here, let's define a new static const of default image and set here. Okay, great. And the last step, we have to convert user model to user entity and return in either in the right side. So also let's use try catch. Return left with this message. For example, an error occurred. Okay, great. Now let's back to the implementation of user authentication. And call this method. Okay, and in the last step, let's create use case. Great, and finally, let's register this use case. Great. Now we can use this use case and get user profile information. So to display information of user profile, we can use Bloc and manage our state in this container. Okay, here in profile folder, let's create a new folder called Bloc, and inside this, let's create a new file called profile info qubit, and another one. Now here, first of all, let's create abstract class. We have two states. The first one is profile info loading, and the second one is profile info loaded, which takes a user entity as an input. And also, let's create another class called profile info failure. Now inside qubit file, let's create our qubit. Let's define initial state, which should be profile info loading. In this qubit, we have only one method called getUser. And inside here, we can use a getUser use case. Great. The return type of this is either, so we can use fold method. On the left side, we can emit profile info failure, and on the right side, we can emit profile info loaded. Here we have to pass user entity. This R here is a user entity. I'm going to change R to user entity. Okay, this is better. Now we can use this qubit in our presentation. So let's back to the profile page here. First of all, let's inject profile info qubit using Bloc provider. And call getUser method. Okay. Now in child, we have to use Bloc builder to change state of container. Actually, listen to the state changes. Actually, it is better to use builder for child of container. So I'm going to copy this one here, and in child of container you can use block builder. And here, first of all, let's check if state is profile info loading, return circular progress indicator, and otherwise if state is profile loaded, return column, and if state is profile info failure, return text with this message. And in default, return container. Okay. To fix this circular progress indicator, let's wrap this widget inside container and set alignment to center. Now in column, first of all, let's display image. To do this, we can use container. And in box decoration, we can use image and decoration image. Now here we can use network image. Shape of this container should be equal to a circle. Now let's set double infinity for width of container. Okay. And also let's set main axis alignment to center. And finally, let's increase height and width of container to, for example, 70. Or maybe 90. Great. The next step, we are going to display email of user. Okay, great. And in the last step, let's display full name of user. I'm going to copy this line of code and paste here and just change email to full name. Okay, and let's set a style for a full name. Let's increase font size. And set bold for font weight. All right. Great. Implementing our profile info finished, and now we can move on to the display users favorite songs. Okay, let's move on to create a use case for fetch users favorite songs. But first of all, let's increase border radius to 50. All right. Okay, now let's go to the repository of song, and here let's create another method which return either called get user favorite songs, and let's override in song repository implementation. Okay, now let's move on. Song Firebase service class, and again create another method. Okay, now here, first of all, like his favorite song, we have to define an instance of Firebase Authentication class and Firebase FireStore. So I'm going to copy this part of code and paste here and add async. Okay. Now let's go ahead and get user favorite songs by user ID. We can use Firebase FireStore collections users. Great. And now we get users favorite songs by using user ID. Okay. We just have a song ID, and we need to get song detail by song ID from a songs collection. So here, let's use for each. Now we can get a song ID like this. Okay. Now we have song ID, and now we can use this song ID and get song detail from a songs collection like this. Now we have a song, and We can convert this song to a song model by using from JSON method. Okay. Now in the last step, we have to convert song model to a song entity and return list of song entities. So here, first of all, let's define list of song entity. And add two favorite songs like this. Great. And finally return right side and list of song entities. Great. And also in catch, let's return left with this message, for example. Okay, great. Let's back to the song repository implementation and call this method. Okay, now let's move on use cases folder and create use case for this one. Okay, and as you know, we have to register get favorite songs use case in our service locator. So here, let's register. Great. Now we can use this use case and get users favorite songs. So now in profile page, we have display a list of users favorite songs like this. Exactly like users info, we can use Bloc and display users favorite songs and manage state of this part of page. So let's back to the profile page and Bloc folder. Let's create a new qubit called favorite songs qubit and another file for state. Here, let's create our abstract class for state. The first state, as you know, is loading. And the second one is load it, which takes list of song entity. And the last state is failure. Okay. Now let's create a favorite songs qubit. So I'm going to create new class called favorite songs qubit, which extends qubit. The initial state should be favorite songs loading. Now let's create method for fetch favorite songs and display in our UI. We can call get favorite songs. Now here we can use get favorite songs use case, but first of all let's create a list of songs entity. Okay. Now here let's call get favorite songs use case. Okay. The return type of is either. So we can fold, resolve, on the left side we can emit favorite songs failure, and on the right side we can emit favorite songs loaded. Okay. In the right side we return list of song entity, I mean favorite songs. So R here, the R word here is favorite songs, list of song entity. So let's put this R inside favorite songs. Okay. And then pass favorite songs to favorite songs loaded state. Okay. Now let's back to the profile page and then use this block. Here I'm going to create a new widget called favorite songs. So we can use a column and list view builder. First of all, let's put text. Okay, red songs. Okay. Then we can use this field. Separated. But first of all, we have to inject favorite song qubit using Bloc provider. So in column, let's wrap column inside Bloc provider and inject our block. Okay. And call get favorite songs. When we inject a favorite songs qubit, we can call our first method get favorite songs and display favorite songs. Okay, now here we can use a block builder and listen to the changes and display loading when favorite songs is fetching, and then we can display favorite songs in favorite songs loaded state. So here let's use block builder. Now let's check if state is favorite songs loading, display circular progress indicator. And if state is favorite songs loaded, return list view separated. Item count should be equal to state.favorite songs length. Okay, and in separator builder, we can use size box and make space between each item. Okay, and if state is favorite songs failure, we can return text with this value. And in default, return container. Okay. So here, first of all, let's set shrink wrap to true because we will have error for this one. So, and now let's put favorite songs in widget tree and in column. Okay, as you can see, we have an error here, and we have to check this error and fix that. First of all, let's set cross access alignment to send to start. Okay. Let's restart the application. And go to the profile page. Okay. The problem is here, and yes, right. We have to set is favorite, and actually the value of is favorite should be true because this is our favorite songs. So service class here, let's set song model is favorite field to true. Okay. Now again, let's restart the application. Again, we have an error. Let's back to the service class. I think this one is related to song ID because we don't set a value for song ID, and like its favorite, we pass null to entity. So here, let's set value for song ID. Okay. Now let's back to the profile page and restart the application. Okay, as you can see, we don't have any error here, so this working very well. And now we are in favorite songs loaded state. Okay, first of all, let's make space from left and right side. To do this, we can wrap column inside padding and set something like this. Okay. Now, first of all, we are going to display image of song. To display image, we can use container. With, for example, 30 or 35 height and width. And in box decoration, let's use image and decoration image. And in image, we have to use network image. Okay. URL of this image is exactly like in playlist or in news contents, news songs. So I'm going to copy URL of these images. Okay. And also let's set border radius. Great. Let's increase size of images to, for example, 50 or maybe 80. I think 70 is good. Great. First of all, let's make space between favorite songs text and our list. Great. After image, we are going to display name of song and name of artist. This is exactly like a playlist. So I'm going to copy a playlist. So in home page and in playlist widget, let's copy this column and also this sized box and paste here. And instead of using songs, we have to use instead favorite songs. Okay. Now, in the next step, we have to display duration of a song. So, exactly like playlist, we can use this part of code. But first of all, let's make another row and set main access alignment to space between and paste here. Okay, great. Here we are going to use a like button instead of this menu icon. So when we click on a like button, we are going to remove from list and also from a FireStore database. So to remove from list and display again list, let's go to the favorite songs qubit, and here let's create another method called we can call remove song. We have to pass index of song in list. And then we can remove from favorite songs by using remove at method. And again, we have to emit favorite songs loaded with a new list. Okay, now here, when click on a favorite button, we have to call a remove function, but we can't wrap a favorite button inside gesture detector and call function because this is a button. So let's move on favorite button widget. Here I'm going to define a function parameter, which is optional, and we can pass our custom function to a favorite button and call in unpressed. Okay, now In onPressed, I'm going to check if function not null, call this function as well. Okay, great. And here we have to put await because I wanna this function to be executed completely, and then our custom function to be executed. Okay, now in profile and in favorite button widget, we can pass a remove function. Great. Now let's click on a favorite button. As you can see, the first song is removed, but we have a problem here, and that is when click on a favorite button, the state of other favorite button is also changed. So to fix this problem, we can set unique key for a favorite button widget like this. Now let's back to the playlist and add another song to our favorite songs. Now let's back to the profile page. Okay, here I'm going to remove this song in my feelings songs. Great. As you can see, the remove function is working very well, and also our state is changed, and everything is great, and congratulations. And in the last step, we can redirect a user to the song player page when click on item. So let's wrap raw inside gesture detector. And here, let's use navigator dot push. And let's use material page road. And here we have to pass a object of song entity. Okay, great. Okay, as you can see, we were redirected to the music player page, song player page, and everything is working very well. Okay, let's check our roadmap and tick last step. Last step also finished, and actually we finished Spotify clone project, and this is so great. Congratulations guys, I hope you enjoyed course and video. If you wanna support me, please subscribe channel and hit that like button. Thank you. See you later.